Good morning, Tyler gang. Good morning, good morning, good morning. All right, y'all. So we got a request on yesterday to pick back up the ASAP Rocky trial after lunch. Y'all know, because my feed stopped during the lunchtime, and we kind of went over to another feed over at Cat Not Williams feed, and we kind of watched there. But there was a request that I pick back up after lunch this morning and take us into the new day, which is fine. I absolutely love the fact that people enjoy watching with me in my chat. So if this is what the people want, we're definitely going to give them what they need. So I will pick up start the feed again. This is from yesterday. It's just a rewatch of the end of trial from yesterday, and then hopefully it'll take us into today. I'm not even sharing. Let me get my shirt on.
I don't recall. Okay, so who's Lydia Parker? That's my girlfriend. Does she go by the name of Jenna Jones? I don't recall. Well, does she have a website named Jenna Jones? I don't recall. Okay. Let me ask you this, did she text you a website of herself? I don't recall. Did she text you a website of herself entitled jennajones.ch? I don't recall. Okay.
No. Just for the record. Overruled.
Right.
Objection's overruled.
I'm just going to refresh this recollection.
Fine. Do you want to show on the stretch on the document?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I've seen it in the certainly. That's what you don't have to say. Correct.
Just let me read.
I'm just correcting. Is that your number?
Yes, my number.
Just take a look at this and then take a look at that.
What am I looking at?
Right. You read that.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
This right here.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you read it?
See yourself.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Did you show that to him to help him refresh his recollection?
I'm going to ask him that question now.
But that was the purpose.
Yeah, that's the purpose.
Right.
Okay. So having seen that, does that refresh your recollection that Ms. Parker sent you a website named jimjones.com?
No, it doesn't.
Does not. Okay. How did Ms. Parker make her money?
Objection relevant state.
Okay. Do you, sir, or should I say 2021, did you along with Ms. Parker make money in prostitution?
No. Question is compound that's referring to two people.
I can do it.
It assumes it's that now. It is a compound, just limit it, you can limit it down.
Sir, did you make money in the business of prostitution in 2021?
No.
And you've never seen that website, jimjones.ch?
Objection asked and answered. Said he doesn't remember. Have you ever seen it, if you recall? No, I don't recall. All right. Okay, let's move on to a different topic.
Yeah, you got it. You invest in real estate?
I'm doing.
and you made a down payment towards a luxury apartment building, in new construction, condominium in Miami,
Objection made at the time, therefore.
Sure.
Sustained as
May-
to.
in May of 2023. Did you make a down payment towards a luxury apartment building and a new construction condominium in Miami?
I don't recall.
Okay, I'm gonna put up, and this is one of the 7 runs, so to speak. I'm gonna put up, sure.
This is exhibit.
Yes.
We not done on which one it is. The next exhibit will be H as a parent.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna wait for John for a second.
All right, I've seen it. Thank you, Ron.
Okay, John?
Yes, thank you. I've seen it.
Guys. You're up, guys. That's, your Instagram, I guess, post regarding investment property, right?
No, just, remember we talked about, just answer the question. Ask the question again, Mr.
Sure. Is that, first of all, is that your Instagram post?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that your Instagram post?
No, I don't recall.
So, how about the next one, guys?
Wait a minute.
It's one,
We don't want the index appearing where the jury can see it.
Do you have another exhibit you want to show? Show the other exhibit,
right?
without an index.
Now, and the jury be instructed.
No,
just
just stop.
You think they saw those 100 lines up there?
I don't want the two of you arguing. There are no speaking objections. We've got another exhibit up there. Go ahead and ask for that.
Please take a look at that.
I don't recall.
You don't recall what? What's the, what don't
I don't know what you want me to look at.
That's your Instagram page, Mr.
I don't know.
Efron. You don't know if that's your Instagram
I
page?
don't know. I don't know. Next question.
I'm sorry.
You got another question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that building, the standard residence?
I don't recall. No.
You don't recall or no?
No.
So is it your testimony that you didn't invest in that building?
I don't recall.
It says big investment moves at the standard residence.
I don't recall.
That's not your wording?
Your Honor, this has been asked and answered now.
No.
He says he doesn't recall anything about this, so what's-
I'm asking about the wording.
I don't recall.
Wait, hold on. The wording of,
That, the conclusion on there, big investment moves at the standard residence. Is that your wording?
Question,
I've said it 3
foundation.
times. I don't recall.
stay, stop, ask another question. If you go on to another exhibit, if you have.
Okay. So what investment properties in Miami did you invest in?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
It was only 2023.
I know. I don't remember.
So you invested in a real estate property in Miami. I don't remember which, let me finish this, Stefan, please. You invested in a real estate property in 2023 in Miami, and you don't remember which one it was?
That's
I don't remember.
That's the fact on him.
That is correct.
You are,
He says he has no recollection.
excuse me. You first answered that you gave investment in real estate in Miami. That was the first thing, before I showed you all these. So again, I'm gonna ask you, which building do you
I
invest
don't
in?
recall.
You don't recall?
Yes.
How much did you invest in?
I don't recall, sir.
You don't recall.
I don't recall.
You invested some unknown amount of money in some unknown
I
building
don't have a
in
clue.
2023.
I don't have a clue.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the events on and surrounding November 6, 2021.
Okay.
And when I say the events of November 6, 2021, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, the shooting.
Oh, okay. It was your understanding, following this incident, both were joined. John Iman was Rocky's manager, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you text John a video of the shell casings on November 7th, 2021 at 12:04 a.m., right?
I texted him everything. I told him that your client shot at me.
My question was one.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Little refresher recollection.
Okay.
You guys have? Or you just put it up or? Okay. Okay. Take a look.
Your Honor, at Mr. Jacobi's request, we are willing to stipulate the witness is being asked about the specific time of the text. I'm not sure if he knows it exact time. We're willing to stipulate.
Who's he? You say he knows it, who's he?
The witness.
Mr. Efron.
Yeah, so whether he knows the specific time, we're willing to stipulate. What's the stipulation you like, Mr. Jacobi? That
12:04 a.m. on November 7th, 2020.
stipulation, Your Honor.
So we have a stipulation, Your Honor.
Let me tell the jury what a stipulation.
Okay.
Folks, a stipulation is another word for an agreement. So whatever the parties stipulate to, that issue is not before you, it's been proved. Whatever they stipulate to, that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Right? That's what a stipulation is. It's an agreement between both sides.
And also at 12:04 a.m., you sent a text to John claiming that Rocky shot at you, right?
I'll have to see the thing, but yes, I'm sure.
Okay. And again, that stipulation still stands, right, guys?
Well, why don't you just stipulate, tell the jury what you're stipulating to?
The time of 12:04 on November 7th, 2021. Say that straight.
4 minutes after you had that.
But the problem is, if you're asking him what he remembers, we'll stipulate to it.
Right.
Then if you then ask him afterwards, doesn't know the
Right, you don't know the exact time, obviously, that you sent the message, right?
It was 3 years ago.
I understand. I'm saying you don't know the exact
No,
time,
no.
right? Okay. But we have a stipulation agreement that you sent it at 12:04 a.m. You sent a text claiming that Rocky shot it, correct?
It's so stipulated.
All right. And then you sent subsequently, 34 minutes later, you sent John a screenshot of your scraped fingers. Remember sending John that?
Yeah.
Okay. And at that same time, again, guys, 12:38 a.m. on that same date, you sent John a message saying, "I'm getting itch." You remember that message?
Yeah, I'm getting itch. It was a typo.
Okay, all right. But that's the message that you wrote to John was, "I'm getting itch, ITCH," right?
I don't really recall, but I think
Okay, we can show it to you. That's John's. Stitches.
Keep in mind, these are text messages from the night of. So the shooting occurred November the 6th. This is 12 a.m. November the 7th.
Just show me that.
Okay.
Sure. Okay, Ms. Decker. So you saw that message, "I'm getting itch," that you sent to John, right?
Correct.
All At the preliminary hearing that we've heard about, the jury's already heard about from November 8th of 2023, you were asked about whether that message to John was you saying that you're getting rich instead of rich. Remember being asked those questions by me?
Well, the conversation,
Just call it yes, sir.
say it again?
Do you remember in the preliminary hearing in 2023, November 8th, to be exact, I asked you questions about whether that message, I'm getting rich, was really meant to say I'm getting rich. Remember those questions?
Do you have page one?
Sure you are. It's page 145, lines 15 through 20.
15 through 20?
15 through 20, sir.
Sure.
Okay. Do you remember that question?
Can you say it again?
Sure. I asked you at the preliminary hearing whether you meant to type, I'm getting rich instead of itch. Do you remember me asking you that?
I really don't remember.
Okay.
Don't recall.
Or would you like me to put the transcript up, or should you want me to read it?
Would it help you to read what was said at the preliminary hearing? Might that help you remember?
A lot was said, I just don't remember.
Would it help you to read?
Like what he just told me?
Yes. Did you read it?
Yeah.
He's talking about the text message. He's talking about being shown the text message. What we're proposing is you read the transcript.
And that should be read to himself.
The transcript's
No, the transcript will still, go ahead and show him the page of the transcript.
Okay.
Straight on, he's gonna show you something, just read it yourself and see if that refreshes what you said, refreshes your memory as to what you said when you testified the last time on November the 8th.
Okay.
Let me just show you where, okay? Right. Over here. Thank you. Yeah, Q, exactly.
What am I supposed to do? This is like media conversation?
It's your testimony at the preliminary hearing.
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
Okay, so, Your Honor, I'm gonna just read this, I guess, as a stipulation, Mr. Wood. That's exactly right. Question, 145, line 15. The question to you, sir, was, and although you didn't make a police report about this incident until 2 days later, on November 8th, 2021, you did send a text message on November 7th to Mr. Mayor's manager, John, at 2:38 PM saying, I'm getting rich. Remember that?
We will stipulate that in fact, that is what was asked.
All right.
Yeah, that was it.
Mr. Tackett is entitled to let the jury know what it says.
So you just asked me for a stipulation, so I'm telling him, we'll stipulate.
I asked.
All right, good.
So,
Glad you
Hope you managed on that. Everything else, yes.
Good news.
And do you remember saying on 146 lines 7 to 8?
Follow up. Yeah, just good stuff. What are you gonna read from? What page is that?
146, I'm getting old as hell tomorrow.
146.
146 lines 7 to 8.
Okay, go ahead and do this as long as he's asking. 146. Look at the lines. Read it to yourself.
Judge, Mr. Wu and I sort of figured this out. This might save a step here. I'm just going to read them and say, did you say that?
And I'm totally fine with that.
That's
So, all right, so he doesn't have to refresh his
That's
memory.
else.
All right. Read it.
We get that, Mr. Efron. I'm just going to read it to you.
All right.
Question. Your answer to that last question was line 78. What the fuck would I be getting rich off of? You remember saying that?
I don't remember, but I don't remember.
I have a stipulation on it, so you read accurately.
That was like a year ago.
So the stipulation is those are the questions asked and the words that are reflected in the transcript, yes?
Even more than that, that is what was asked and answered after the hearing.
Okay. Then, a little further down, you said, continuing on, lines 12 through 14. Fuck, shit, I'm getting mad. That was your preliminary hearing when you asked about whether you said you're getting rich. Do you recall that?
Can you say that again?
Sure. You said, fuck, shit, I'm getting mad.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well,
In what context? Like, what was like, what do you mean? Fuck shit, I'm getting mad?
when you asked about the word rich, text message you were confronted with.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay. So, when questioned about that word itch at the preliminary hearing, what you claimed is that you meant to write the word irritated. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Page 148, on 25, 27, 40. Well, Mr. Efron, before I read that, let me withdraw that last question. What did you mean when you said I'm getting itch?
Well, when I was talking to his manager,
Yes, sir.
well, I was just showing his manager everything, and I think he took a while to get me back, so I said, I think that's what I wrote, but in the trend, like, that's what I meant to write was I'm being irritated. But then you said, I'm getting rich, and that's when me and you started arguing at the preliminary hearing. Like you was trying to get something out of me or something more out of me.
So you meant to write the word irritated.
When I first spoke to his manager, I don't remember what I wrote, but from what is there, yeah.
Well, you saw the word itch, right? You saw that message.
I mean, but you flipped it so many times. That was a fast moment. You can't make me go back and think like something that I don't really. I definitely won't write his manager in the context. If you show the whole text message, where would it make sense? I'm getting rich.
Sorry.
You're not showing the whole text message.
So-
You're just picking.
You saw these messages yesterday on your
I mean, if you want to pull up John's text messages, we can.
Okay, thank you, sir. So what you're saying to this jury is that you didn't mean to write that you were getting rich, right?
I don't recall.
Okay? You're not saying that you didn't mean to
I don't
write.
recall, sir.
Just don't recall.
No,
Okay. So you may have been meaning you're right to get
I
rich.
don't recall.
Okay.
If I said anything like that, I mean, not said anything I said after the shooting is lawsuit. It falls in my lawsuit. So
You what?
it falls in my lawsuit. Like a crime was committed, and then whatever I say after that's retaining money or anything that's compensating me was with my lawyers or anything else. I had lawyers present and everything else.
Well, you didn't have a lawyer at this point, did you? So,
When I spoke to John, I didn't need a lawyer. What I need a lawyer for if I need to say I'm getting rich? And what does getting rich have to do with a man shooting me?
you paid it, huh?
I'm waiting. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what got going on here.
So you did say to this jury that you don't recall if you meant to write rich or not, right? That's your answer.
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Now, you also then text Rocky at one point, right?
This is Vegas time.
Okay.
This thing.
On November 7th, at 12:36 a.m., you text Rocky, right, in the morning.
I mean, if you want to pull up our whole text messages, you can.
I appreciate
I don't
that.
remember.
You remember texting Rocky that morning?
It was 3 years ago. You just got to pull up the text messages, the whole text messages.
You have the 63 guys?
Is this gonna be an exhibit?
I believe this was shown yesterday, Your Honor, I believe, but did not. Yes, same conversation, we have that will mark it as defense.
Jay's and John.
Was it Jay?
Jay's and John.
Okay, Jay. So I'll take a look, we'll post it, we'll publish it, and I don't know. You see, Rocky's response to you, if you turn around, sir. I don't know if you see it on your little screen there, you have it on that screen as well?
No, it's not yet.
Okay, just take a look over there for a second. And I think you saw this yesterday, Relli, WTF, what are you talking about, why are you telling people I shot at you? Right?
Yeah, see.
Okay, you saw it yesterday too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then subsequently, he said, stop making shit up, right?
Where's the rest of the text messages?
I'm asking you, did Rocky text you that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, take that down, guys. Just to be clear, on November 7th, Mr. Confronting, on November 7th, day after 2021, you did not have an attorney, correct?
Actually, I called, the same night, I called, the attorneys. The same day,
Right. What
after the shooting, after he told me to go to the police.
Okay, we'll get to that. But on November 7th, did you have an attorney?
I think I went in the police station with him. I didn't have an attorney, like, I signed the paper. I signed the paper, lawyer, client privilege, whatever. And then me and him met. So pretty much I was waiting on the lawyer to go to the precinct to finish doing what I needed to do, because I didn't want to go in the precinct by myself.
That was on November 8th, right, sir?
I would have to see, I would have to go through my text messages and stuff.
Okay, we'll get there, we'll get there. Now, you did remember seeing a message yesterday on text that you sent to your friend Justin Benea, saying, on November 7th, 2021, saying, I want to get this nigga's money, right? Remember seeing that yesterday?
Yeah, that was after the shooting.
Obviously, right? You saw that.
Yeah, correct.
And this nigga that you're talking about was Rocky, right?
I mean, I could be dead, yeah.
I didn't ask you that, I said.
I mean, that's obvious.
Right?
Obvious.
John, when we were bringing up to
Talk to Mr. Steve.
So y'all know that was Rocky, right? That was Rocky that said, Your Honor. Rocky is the one who actually asked them to tell him stop saying the N-word. Which I applaud him for because it was getting out of hand. But yeah, he did tell him. So just keep in mind too, on this part of Relli's testimony, he's testified that he had an attorney, or that he called an attorney the same night. Remember, the same night is November, the night of November the 6th, early morning, November the 7th, right? But he doesn't go to the police station until November the 8th. So I think it's important to keep that detail in mind, because when we talk about, the money aspect of this case, even though it's not a direct reflection of the charges that are being presented and what the state has to prove, it does kind of give you insight into his state of mind and what he's thinking about doing. So just kind of pay attention to that.
You understand that obviously Rocky is extremely successful in the music industry, right? So
I mean, it's blatant.
it's what?
Blatant, yeah, he's famous. He's known.
And you knew Rocky for about what, 4 or 5 years before he became successful?
I've known Rocky since high school.
About 4 or 5 years before he
No.
became successful.
No.
So I'm wrong if I said that.
No.
I'm wrong if I said that, right?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Is it no?
I don't know, sir.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, so
I just know we know each other since 17. I'm 36. We His first video was made in my house. That was like 2000 and, we know each other for like 6-7 years before you got famous. Maybe 8.
Before he signed his first deal, how long did you know? Before he signed his first
You
deal.
got objection relevance, it's just a.
Now, to be clear, you were not really involved in Rocky's career taking off, right?
Objection relevance.
Wait, say that again?
Sure. To be clear, you weren't really involved in Rocky's music career taking off.
What does that even mean?
You don't know what I mean by that?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay. Were you responsible for Rocky's career becoming successful?
How would I be? Why would I be responsible?
Just
No.
asking you
No.
yes or no.
And when one of the ASAP members, and ASAP's a conglomerate, you described it was yesterday, when one member earns money, that's not to be distributed amongst other members, correct?
No, but you give credit when credit's due, meaning if they got you around for hours, days, years, and least, give them the credit where their name is in write-ups. You just don't have them around looking silly.
Right.
So I think that this was pretty important to y'all because he's saying, no, I wasn't responsible for Rocky's career, but I was around. And he's basically calling out the fact that him being around for hours and participating in everything that Rocky does, he feels like if you are a person that's doing that, him specifically, he should be given credit. His name should be on some of these things, even though he's not 100% responsible for Rocky's career. And it is coming off as hurt. It is coming off as or giving a little more insight into his motive behind why he's so angry with Rocky and why he feels like Rocky owes him something, which could lead to why he may or may not tell a lie in order to get what he needs. So I just wanted to elaborate on that. Well, give you my perspective on that.
And so members, by the way, worked in and out of ASAP, correct?
I mean, it became a mess. So yes, we're all to do it.
After Rocky found success, Mr. Efron, you started to feel tension towards him, right?
Of course not.
Of course not.
No.
Okay.
I helped him on his album. I helped mad stuff. Like, why would I be mad at this dude for his success? Went out my way numerous times.
All right, okay. No, of course. Can I see you all not on the record? I just have to inquire.
One second.
Just come on up just for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he inquired about, but let's skip this little break.
Okay. I'm going to read from the preliminary hearing. Page 85, lines 8 through 11, Your Honor.
Mr. Lewin, he's going to read from the
Preliminary hearing,
85.
8 to 11.
Before you do it, let Mr. Lewin get up to page. Lines.
8 to 11.
Counsel, we're stipulating in advance that is what the witness testified to at the preliminary hearing. So you don't need to ask him, does he remember?
I didn't say that.
No, but I'm just saying, we're stipulating in advance.
Thank you.
Just to confirm.
Mr. Efron,
Yes.
this is what you testified under oath.
Okay.
And you said you got upset with Rocky because of some of your projects got disregarded by him, right? Answer by you under oath, yes. And sticking to what you just told the story, right?
What I just told him.
You just said you weren't upset with Rocky because he disregarded some of your projects.
Wow. Can you say that again? I don't get it.
Which part, sir? Which part would you like to
Just
say?
say it over, please. Over.
Okay, so he is. You want to jump in, Judge?
No, just re-say the question.
I'm not.
The jury heard what Mr. Efron testified to. The jury has now heard what he testified to at the preliminary hearing. Simple.
You got it. Now, in any event, several months after the altercation, the one on November 6, 2021. You know who 12 is, right?
Yes.
You lived in New York at the time, after the altercation, right?
Yes.
Okay. 12 lived in New York, right?
I don't recall. I don't know where you live.
You didn't know where 12 lived?
No, I don't know where you live.
Well, you saw 12 in New York after the incident on November 6, 2021. And you said to him, you know that Rocky did wrong for not taking care of us. Remember saying that to 12?
No, I don't remember that.
No.
No.
And see, this is
On
important
November 9,
too.
2021, you were questioned by several detectives. And during that interview, you told the detectives that you had become successful in your own right within the past year or so. Do you recall that?
No recall.
Okay. You also told them you decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business anymore. Is that true?
What does that even mean?
No. What does it mean?
Say that again?
You told the detectives that you decided not to become involved in Rocky's music business anymore.
I had no, I don't recall that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. With respect to becoming involved in Rocky's music business or not, did Rocky invite you to become part of a music video he was doing called DMB, David Mary Boyd?
Vegas the time and therefore.
Sure, July 2021.
Did he what?
Invite you to become part of a music video he was doing called DMB
In July 20th of 21?
in July 2021.
He wouldn't invite me to nothing, but I don't recall.
You don't recall.
I don't recall that.
And, well, let me ask you this. Justin Benet was your business partner?
Yes, still is.
Okay.
Wait, you want to go back to that last one? You want to say that again? Just say what you just said again.
At the
Before
video.
Justin Benito.
At the video.
The video, okay. July 2021.
Okay.
You recall Rocky inviting you to be part of a music video that he was doing called DMB.
What date?
July of 2021.
You don't gotta hit the table. You just gotta tell me what date. July 21? Is it some type of text message or something?
It's a question, Mr.
No, I don't know.
No, okay.
No, absolutely not.
So Justin Benet is your partner,
Yeah, business partner.
and you and Justin Benet had a FaceTime call with Rocky on August 6th of 2021. Do you remember that?
I think we attempted to speak to Rocky numerous times. I think one time he was on the phone with him and he couldn't get to me, but this is all pertaining about my label and about like just certain other things. But I got all of those text messages. Nothing was ever wrong or anything.
Well, there was a group chat between you, Justin, and Rocky, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And July 24th, 2021, Justin sent Rocky a text message saying, "What's good? This is Justin. I'm Relli's business partner at Shut Eye." He mentioned you guys spoke about working on a management company for your artists. I wanted to tap in to see how I could help you get started. If you have time to jump on a call or link up next week to chop it up. You remember being part of that group chat?
Yeah, that's not okay.
So in August 2021, you were still trying to be involved with Rocky, obviously in the music.
No, I wasn't. You can't be involved with him if you don't answer or doesn't acknowledge you.
Well, in response to that request,
Here we go.
where we go?
Let's go.
Where we go?
I don't know. Let's hear it.
You got it. In response to that request, Rocky texts you and Justin Benet that he was free and you should all jump on a call. Remember that?
I remember that day, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think, I just told you that before then. I think that Justin spoke to him. You're correct. I think Justin spoke to him, but I missed that call. Or I don't know if I got on that call. I think it was like, just a long time ago.
But
But I was even surprised he even acknowledged that, to be honest.
right, but he did.
but nothing happened.
We mean nothing happened, Mr. Efron.
Like nothing happened. It's been open-ended promises forever. And it's not even about promises, it's about the industry in itself. Like, it's just smoke and mirrors.
Well, you remember Rocky not responding fast enough to you, and
You don't gotta respond fast enough. I don't care.
and you said, oh, we didn't care. You remember sending a group chat, a message into that group chat 12 days later on July 24th, on August 5th, saying, fuck Rocky, calling him a fake ass N, and fucking goofy. Remember that?
You gotta say the whole thing. And if it was
That's
12
the whole
days
thing.
later, if it was 12 days later, that means I'm definitely tired of getting lied to, bro. So you gotta say the whole thing. You can't just make it look one-sided.
Stop.
What's the whole objective?
Take a look at the screen.
You see it all?
Yes.
Okay. So you see Rocky twice saying, I'm free for a call, let's hop on a call. You see that, right?
I told you that before you even showed me this.
Okay. But despite that, above, what do you say about Rocky?
Which one?
Oh, the one up there. Let's scroll down please a little bit. Right there. Exactly my point, you write. July 24th. FU and ASAP, fake ass N, effing goofy. Right? What do you say about Rocky? The guy you have no animosity towards, right?
It's not animosity, those are the names.
It's July.
You trying to make me look like I got some type of animosity towards this dude. I don't. I never did. Never. To this day, I still don't.
I'm trying to get it better.
I mean, what are we talking about here?
Your message.
He's just asking you about the words in the text. That's all he's asking.
What was the question?
There was no question.
Okay, so what are we looking at?
Look at you. You done?
Yeah, we don't ask for, stop
Okay.
the,
We're gonna offer that, Your Honor.
dueling.
We're gonna offer that as defense exhibit.
Okay.
Okay. Let's now go on to October 21st. October 2021.
On the before anything, talk to, Mr. Tucker. There's a problem? I'll get involved. Is the screen on? Is it? It doesn't show. It doesn't show. Is your screen on?
No.
Oh, these are on C.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, I just working on it.
It is? Okay. It's good. It's good.
So, Your Honor. October 2021. I want to now put your head there. It's a month before the incident. Another member of the ASAP group named Josh died, right?
Correct.
And it was tragic death, correct?
Yes.
And after his death, you and Rocky were part of a text messaging thread in which discussed ASAP Josh and his death, right?
Correct.
And during the group chat, there was talk about flying ASAP Josh's body back to New York. for his funeral, right?
Yeah.
And during the group chat, Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for the expense.
Your Honor, objection, relevance.
Oh, it is relevant, Your Honor.
Just relevance and, I'm making my ground when I'm interrupted. Relevance and 352 overruled.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stefano, repeat that question. During the group chat, Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for the expense, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't
Is
recall.
this leading up to?
It is very soon.
Okay.
Preliminary hearing under oath sworn testimony, page 26, line 7 to 8. And Your Honor, you'll recall this is one of the texts that was shown this morning,
What lines?
line 7 through 8.
18.
7 through 18, I'm sorry.
What's the court's reading that opposition, relevance and 352 in this area, given the court's prior ruling? Is this all there is? Is this-
For this question, that's all there is. In about 2 minutes, this is going to be higher, and it is relevant. I gotta come up and tell you. Okay, so I'm going to read this to you, sir. Line 7 through 18 on page 26 of your sworn testimony. Question, what was the nature of a message that he sent on that thread? Answer by you. I think it was a bunch of people just talking about like Josh, and Josh's mom was in the group text. Like just pretty much, we was trying to come up with money, and Rocky stepped up and said he would pay for it. Question, was there something in particular that the defendant said he would pay for? This question by the prosecutor, by the way. Answer, his body being flown back. Answer by you. Question, flown back to where? Answer by you, to New York. Okay. You gave that testimony in November of 2023 under oath at your preliminary hearing.
What was the date?
November,
No, what was the date of that,
next chat,
yeah, of that chat?
October of 2021. So, based on what you just heard and what you saw in that, right, you believe Rocky was going to pay for that, correct?
Your Honor, single objection.
I'm assuming that Mr. Patrick
You are.
is going to get
You're
something.
going to hear it. Yes, sir.
Wait, explain it again?
Sure. Based on that, Rocky was supposed to pay for Josh's body to be flown back, correct?
Off of that text message, off the conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, I assume, okay, I would assume.
However, you thought that Rocky did not follow through on his promise to pay, right?
I mean, I think I seen this was a long time ago, but I think I seen Josh's mom re-hit the text and ask, did anybody speak to Rocky or something like that in that sense?
That doesn't answer the question. Ask the question.
Sure. Based on what you saw in the text thread, you believe Rocky did not follow through on his promise to pay, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that caused you to be upset with Rocky, right?
What do you mean by upset?
Were you upset with Rocky that he?
What's upset mean to you? I mean, if somebody's saying they gotta pay for your friend's body,
Yep.
I'm not upset, but I'm disappointed.
Okay. So,
And I didn't even know, because I never got a text back saying, oh, bro, I paid for it, or anything. It just left me on red, because I know what you're about to say. You're about to say my text message, and we could pull it up.
oh, it's not.
Okay, cool.
There you go, Your Honor, by the way. In fact, I said, he referenced the text message that's coming, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we are under relevant 352, given the court's prior rulings, I'm not understanding.
It was shown.
But I still understand how is that relevant to the case.
This, I believe, relates to possible bias.
State of mind.
That's an objection. Objection's over. Understood. Go ahead.
You were honest. Okay. In any event, you found out that Rocky later paid for the entire funeral, correct?
I never found out.
You never found out? Page 94 of the preliminary hearing transcript, lines 21 through 26. I'm going to read
Well, I
your
said I
sworn
don't recall.
I'm going to read your sworn testimony. 21 to 26 on page 94. Question. Do you now know that Rocky paid for the entire funeral? Answered by you, yeah. That was under oath. Just
I found out that day, right?
Sir?
Then, sir, what? Are you
That was
telling me?
under oath.
You read it fast. I don't understand what you're saying.
Stop. That question was asked, the preliminary hearing, that answer was given at the
Yes, sir.
preliminary hearing.
Under oath. Okay. And as you testified, if you like, I can read it to you again.
Yeah, please.
You were upset about that.
I know, can you read it again, please?
Sure. Question 94, lines 1 to 2. You were upset, right? Answer, yeah. Okay.
If he wasn't paying for the kid's body,
What you thought,
yeah, I would be upset.
right? But you later found out that he did pay the money, correct?
How did I find out? Through preliminary hearing? Is that what you're telling me? Because how did I find out?
I just read it to you. I'll read it to you again.
No, how did I find out?
Sir, I'm not you. I don't know
You
how
just
you
read, I mean, you obviously know.
I know what you said on
You
the
said,
phone.
Mr. Jacopino,
Right, I mean,
you confused me. You're supposed to
all
like,
right, you got it? That-
you gotta be clear.
Stop! You've elicited what he said at the preliminary hearing.
here we go.
Go on to something else.
I'm gonna read him his answer. Question. Lines 21 through 76 on page 94. Do you now know that Rocky paid for the entire funeral? Answer, yeah, I heard that later. Okay, that's your under oath testimony. Now, because of you thinking he did it in November and October of 2021, that he didn't pay for the body to be flown back in Josh's funeral, you were upset with Rocky, right?
Said about what?
Okay. On November 16, 2021, here we go. You sent a text message to someone you called Hi Y, threatening, if Rocky don't do shit with this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up. Did you send that message?
I don't recall.
Okay, we'll show it to you.
Okay.
This was the message. Put it out, please.
Just another check?
So, yeah, you rule on this one, so.
Look, Ellison, like,
Okay.
What am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even break that.
Is that your cell phone number?
Yeah, it is, but I don't remember this. This is in 21.
Yes, it's in 21, October 16,
What's
2021.
the rest of the conversation?
Sir, that was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours also?
This is not yours, means nothing. Even if it was, okay? Yes.
Wait, is it yours or is it not yours?
were those your words?
Yeah, I don't recall, but
Those were his words, ask something else.
Let's go to November 6th, okay? By the way, the N-word there that you're referring to, the person is Rocky, correct?
I don't recall.
Well, read the line above. If Rocky don't do shit to this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up. You're talking about Rocky, right?
And you saying I'm writing this to Taiwan?
No, I'm saying.
I wrote this to Rocky, I wrote this to Taiwan.
No, Taiwan, that's your cell phone, sir.
Okay.
On November 6, 2021, you take that down. You were staying at the Lowe's Hotel, right?
Yes,
In Los Angeles.
yes.
And while you were there, you woke up to find a series of missed calls.
That's correct.
And those calls were from Rocky, Joby, and Elijah.
Correct.
All right.
No, I think I had the text messages first.
Okay.
Yeah,
So the calls and text messages, right?
that's correct.
Okay. And you turned your phone over to the district attorney, to go through all those messages or your cell phone messages, right?
Yes.
We put up exhibit, people exhibit 13, Paul.
They're all.
Screenshot.
Sure. Yeah.
We have a stipulation that the phone was not turned over.
Louder, I'm sorry, everybody can hear.
We have a stipulation that the phone was not turned over to the DA's office, it was turned over to NYPD. So stipulated, Mr. Jackson?
Stipulated. And look, John, you heard that stipulation that eventually was given to you from NYPD. That was eventually given to you guys from NYPD.
We will stipulate that we eventually came in, we got the phone. Whether, the chain of custody is not an issue, but we ended up having this phone, which was analyzed. That stipulation you like, Ms. Chapina, thumbs up, won't work for the court reporter.
Oh, I didn't know I was on the right. Yes, that's stipulation. So I'm looking up People's 21. What's that? Oh, 13 is not good. 13. It's for 13. This is in evidence already. It was introduced, I should say, by the people yesterday. All right. So that is in evidence, and we'll just put the date on the record. This is your exhibit. November 6th. November 6th, 2020.
The first message, November 6th at 9:34.
Okay. Now, that was put into evidence yesterday by the prosecution. You saw that yesterday, correct, sir? Yeah. Okay. Now, there's no, as you see, there's no message above that, right? Under it is the video you sent of the shell cases. Subsequently, that was later, that was at 11:58. But before that, before the incident in 9:34, is just that, right?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Before turning your phone over to law enforcement, you in fact deleted messages which you sent to Rocky on November 6, 2021. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let's show you.
Your Honor, this apparently now, that we've shown them, is.
Hold on, take it down, take it down.
We have not identified, is this apparently shown to you?
Hey, Weechi, happy to do so. So she's asking, if you get a minute, can you explain what's the deal with Relli's phone? That was confusing me. So you have to remember that everything takes place. The incident actually takes place in California on November the 6th. Relli actually goes to the police on November the 8th, and then Relli goes to New York. That's where he lives. You know, he was only visiting in California. When he gets out to New York, and even though we haven't talked about it yet, he's going to actually go to the hospital out in New York to have his hand checked out, and he turns his phone over to the NYPD, who then gets it to the California District Attorney's Office. And so what Joe is doing right now is calling out the fact that, one, Relli is claiming he had no issues with Relli. He had no animosity towards him. It wasn't really about, it's all about justice, but he actually deleted some text messages out of his phone before turning it over to NYPD. And so he's getting ready to show that from Rocky's phone, the rest of the thread that, wasn't captured with his initial turnover. Just let me know if that helps you out a little bit.
I never even.
Yes, from the defendant's phone, which they have not provided to us.
It's a text message from the witness to the defendant, which was deleted from his phone.
Are you gonna show a text?
Yes.
Show it to Mr. Lewin and Mr. Prisloman. First,
We're requesting to see the complete thread so that we know what we are looking at.
By the way, we talked about this earlier, and they agreed with this morning. This was fronted earlier than we. This one.
the defense is going to show an exhibit. They have to show it to you first.
We need this morning.
That's the exhibit.
Remember this morning?
Yes,
Yeah, we agreed.
that's all they have to show you is that exhibit. That's it, that they are going to show. All right, have you looked at it?
Let's see it, yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr.
Okay. There you go. See, what wasn't on your phone, but remained on Rocky's phone, was what you deleted,
Your Honor,
Mr. Ekron.
Your Honor, that is no argument.
Hold up. You're right, it's argumentative.
Okay, do you see the text messages you sent at,
This is
10:30
fake.
a.m.?
It's fake.
It's fake
It's
also.
fake. I never seen, you don't even write like that. This dude would not write me.
No. What are you talking about?
This is supposed to be Rocky right here?
No, sir. No, sir. That's you writing to Rocky.
Okay.
Okay. That's right. Rocky's responding to you, WYA, let's get to it, stop up my calls. You saw that yesterday. And you wrote on the front of Trader Joe's.
Yeah, because that's when I seen Jabari, so that was the 6th when obviously, when I heard him saying he was gonna beat me up and do everything else under the moon.
So you wrote that message to
I
him,
did,
correct?
I did.
So I'm pausing again so that you guys can take note of the time, right? This is at November the 6th, the day of the incident at 10:30. So Relli is saying after he heard him on that call talking stuff about him, he's now confronted Rocky like, oh, you got all this fake animosity towards me, beat me up. I wish you would give me a reason. You been P. And Rocky Rocky write him back that night, like, all right, where you at? Let's get to it. Why you ducking? Remember that Relli tells them he's not going to fight. He's not meeting up with Rocky to have an altercation with him. He's going with him. He's meeting up with him so that they can work out their differences. He's also gotten away from, sometimes brothers fight. Like we meet up, we get our issue off, we move on. That has been brought up to give him like a way out of this, but he's also walked away from that theory as well. He's been sticking to, they were calling me, and so it was a setup, and when I got there, all this stuff took place. So Joe is showing like, no, you kind of knew what was going on. You knew what the temperature was before you walked out the door. So I just wanted to call that out just in case anybody missed it.
Okay. Why did you delete that from your cell phone before you turned it over to law enforcement?
That assumes.
I did not
That
stop.
not an evidence.
Did you delete that text from your cell phone?
Yeah, but I didn't delete it because I handed over to.
Did you delete it?
Yeah.
Okay. Your question out.
Why did you delete that string before you turned your phone over to law enforcement?
Oh yeah, because I asked him to beat me up because of.
No, he's asked. You already said you did delete it. He's asking why did you delete it?
I think I deleted his whole message, and that's why it popped up a whole new one.
He's asking you why you deleted it.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. Anyway,
But if it was me, I would have kept it. I mean,
anyway, you testified yesterday to this jury that when you went to meet Rocky on November 6th, that you weren't.
I never went to go meet him.
You let him finish the question.
You testified to this jury yesterday that when you went to go meet Rocky on November 6th, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight. Remember saying that to the jury?
Is that the day of the shooting?
Yes, sir. That's November 6th. What's that?
It's okay.
Okay.
But what was your question? Can you say it again?
You testified to this jury yesterday
Mm-hmm.
that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky, you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him, right?
I said in preliminary hearing, and I said yesterday, this is 3 years ago, I said it,
Yes,
a fight is a fight. Like, I don't mind a fight, but I still want to fight the kid.
Mr. Efron, that's not, you're answering a question that he didn't ask. Ask the question again.
Sure. See this jury here? You told this jury yesterday that on November 6th, when you were going to meet Rocky,
Mhm.
you weren't wanting to have a physical fight with him. You recall saying that yesterday?
Yes.
No.
I don't really know, but
Yes. Well, at that point, you didn't think anyone was going to see your deleted messages, did you?
I really don't care, because it's not, what does that doesn't mean bring a gun.
Okay, that's your answer?
Can you pull it back up?
Oh,
Like, what do you mean?
Let's put it back up.
Threaten me.
Put it back up. Put it back up. Excuse me.
Okay, I said you got all this fake animosity towards me, laugh out loud, beat me up, because I'm saying, I heard him tell Jabari he was gonna beat me up and do everything under the moon.
Mhm.
So, okay,
And what's the line under it?
nigga, I wish you would.
With what?
I wish you would try to beat me up.
What do you say under that?
Give me a reason
Reason to what?
to fight you or whatever. At this point, you gotta understand what it's leading up to. We're not cool. It's obviously not cool. Like, but I'm willing to go to him because he called me with his goons and link him and see what was going on, because I've said it many a times. We can easily talk this out. This ain't the first time me and Rocky had an altercation where it hasn't been talked out.
You told the story yesterday, you're going there to, quote, make things better.
I mean, yeah, like, anything can happen. Anything can happen. I'm not going into a fight.
Okay. Take it down. That morning also, I'm sorry, that day, November 6th, same day, were you agitated by anything else?
Judge, it's relevant. You mean about Mr. Mayor's or anything else?
He had another argument going on.
So was he upset about something else relating to Mr. Mayor?
No.
Is that the question?
Yes, yes.
Was anything else upsetting you on that day about
No, I don't recall.
Rocky?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall. I don't remember.
Quick pause here, because these are what's interesting about this case to me as well is the judge's role, right? We know from other trials that the judge usually just sits there and, as they beautifully put it in the YSL trial, call the balls and the strikes. But here we see the judge being a bit of a mediator. He's trying to really keep the trial going along, but in doing so, he's almost calling out the objections before the state or the defense can do it. And he's also like answering questions for Relli or explaining the questions to Relli to get him to answer, which is just a couple of things that we generally don't see, but I just wanted to make note of that.
You are right, that's not clearly ruled, so I don't worry about it. Am I limiting that question to arguments he had only regarding Mr. Mayor's?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Now, you testified that on November 6th, 2021, you woke up to find the missed calls and text messages, right?
Correct.
You understood that Rocky was performing at a music festival
The next day,
called Complex On.
I only found out because it was the 6th. I seen them I heard the phone call of them on the jet going to LA. That's the only way I found out.
And
because he had all the rest of the ASAP members in his house. So when I'm looking on the Instagram, I'm seeing everybody at his house, or some of them, the performers.
And according to you, just a day earlier, on November 5th, 2021, Rocky had asked Jabari to attend the festival, right?
Yeah, he did.
And after waking up at the Lowe's Hotel on November 6th, 2021, you finally called Rocky back.
Excuse me?
When you woke up, finally, on November 6th at the Lozo.
I'm gonna ask that the editorializing is finding, et cetera, be kept out of the deck, it's already made.
If you woke up at, I will do that.
Just
If you woke up at the Lowe's Hotel on November 6th, 2021, after missing all calls for an accident,
Correct.
you called Rocky back, correct?
I don't think so. I think I got a FaceTime call from him asking me where was I. Either it can be me calling him or I know it was a FaceTime call. Either way it goes, it was him looking for me.
So we preliminary hearing transcript on the road, November 23.
I don't believe that this board has the impeachment. Okay, let me look first, before you can read anything.
Sure.
Let me take a look.
12 to 15, Your Honor.
On what page?
I'm sorry, 41.
Go ahead.
Okay, so here's what we testified to when we were here on the road. Question. When you initially woke up, you're saying the first thing you did was call him back. Answer, like you, yeah, because I had a bunch of missed calls. So in fact, you called Rocky back that night, correct?
When was that said? At preliminary hearing?
Yes, sir. A year, 3 months ago.
And when was the shooting?
Tell me, what was the shoot?
November 7th or something like that? So what I'm saying in preliminary hearing, I don't really, so you say that question again?
When you woke up, you called Rocky back.
I mean, we can look through the text messages. I don't want to guess. So you got you got my whole.
Stop, all right, okay, all right. You're at 352 as to. I don't wanna hear from you, I don't wanna hear anything now, I don't want any speaking objections. The jury has heard the question that was asked and the answer that was
I'm ready
given.
to go.
Go on to something else.
Rocky asked you where you're at, right?
You stop taking my calls.
Yes. And according to you, his voice sounded angry because he asked you where you at multiple times, right?
Like twice.
Is that why his voice sounded angry?
I mean, he only said it once, and then the second time it kind of sounded like more like you could tell somebody's not really like they agitated or something.
How many times did he ask you where you at? Once or twice?
I don't remember. Sure.
Well,
Probably twice.
only twice. So you would agree that November of 23 is closer in time to November of 21 than January of 2025, right? 2023, November, is closer to November of 2021 than today, right?
I don't get what you're saying. You're kind of confusing me.
The answer is yes.
Excellent. Yes.
I mean, I don't know.
Would your memory be better a year and a half, 3 months ago of the incident, or would it be better today?
I mean, if we're talking about timestamps and everything, it's gonna get kind of faded away, but I can tell you exactly what happened that day.
Okay. My question is, did Rocky ask you where you at once or more times?
On the phone?
Yeah.
One, I don't believe, I think twice, I'm not sure, it was a long time ago, it was in 21.
Did he raise his voice when he asked you?
He kind of really, I don't really remember, it was more so like slick, like, where are you? Like, kind of, where are you? Like, shit.
So it was kind of slick, that means he wasn't loud?
I don't remember, it was 2 years ago, so.
Well, I'm gonna read you, I guess, your testimony, page 44 from the preliminary hearing.
Hold on,
I can believe
44 with one.
7. Actually, you know what, we're gonna start 43, line 28, 44, line 8. For context.
And it's interesting because he's asking him, you know, What would be closer from now, 2021 or 2023? He's doing that because he's trying to get Relli to see, or he's trying to point out that Relli's statements are changing and have been changing ever since he told it. So what is the truth?
Okay. Question, this is you at your preliminary hearing on November 20, 2023, under oath, sir. Question, what was the volume of his voice? Rocky answered, it was like, you want me to say how it sounded? Question, sure. Witness. No, sorry. Court asked, was it loud, soft, whisper? Witness. No, it wasn't loud. Okay. That was truthful testimony, correct?
Yeah, I just told you it wasn't loud. You don't gotta scream in the phone and make your point.
Mr. Trappapina is asking you, well, you said that.
No, it wasn't loud. It wasn't loud.
That's not what he's asking you. He's asking you, when you testified that way, you told the truth.
Yeah, yes.
When Rocky asked you where you were at, you lied then and told him you were at the W Hotel when you actually at the Lowe's Hotel, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And during the preliminary hearing back in November 23, you were asked, why didn't you tell Rocky you were at the Lowe's Hotel? And you testified that something about Rocky's voice told you not to give your original location. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's correct.
You were interviewed by detectives almost 2 years earlier, sir. 2 years before the preliminary hearing, 1 month after the incident, on December 17th, 2021. Okay? During that interview on December 17th, 2021, you told Detective Manafee and Detective Flores that the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel. You remember saying that? 1 month after the incident.
Can you say that again?
Sure. Only 1 month after the incident, when you were interviewed by Detective Manafee and Detective Flores, you know Detective Flores, right? Remember that?
Okay.
You told him the reason you told Rocky you were staying at the W Hotel was because you just woke up and didn't know the name of your hotel, right?
I really don't recall. It was so long ago.
Well, almost a year later, in November 14th of 2022, you were interviewed by a deputy district attorney named Fred Engel from the district attorney's office. Remember Mr. Engel?
Never met him.
Okay. Well, do you remember speaking to someone from the district attorney's office back in 2022?
I don't recall.
You told him a phone interview with anyone from the DA's
I
office?
spoke to a lot of people.
Okay. From the DA's office?
I mean, all around about this.
During that interview, you were asked again why you told Rocky you were at the W Hotel when you were staying at a different hotel. And this time you answered, because I wanted to make it look like I was at a nicer hotel. That's the only reason. Why, to be honest? Remember saying that?
It was numerous things because when he said that, it was that and because I didn't want to give him my location.
So it was numerous things. It was one, you wanted to
And I don't-
a nicer
That's
hotel.
not pretending, bro. You obviously see the text messages. Like, you don't gotta like pretend.
Why don't we take a break now?
Sure, sure.
All right, folks, we'll take a break till 3:15. We'll discuss the case and everybody else.
All right, Kim, that's what we'll call you. I like that better anyway. I like that better anyway. Y'all, they pinging me nonstop today. It's ridiculous. Literally back to back. Like, do y'all hear that? All right, so anybody that just jumped in here, remember that court starts at 12:30. Okay, we're gonna mute because at this point, y'all talking to each other now. Y'all ain't even talking to me about. So remember,
And obviously you weren't scared of Rocky.
No.
That's a double negative, so it's clear.
Were you scared of Rocky? Were you scared of Rocky?
No. I didn't know what was gonna happen. I was like, I'm not scared. I'm not gonna be scared of.
And you understand that Rocky's not a difficult person to talk to face to face. You understand that Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to face, correct?
Not yet.
He is.
Yeah.
He's a difficult person to talk to face.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
One second, please, Sean. Okay. Back to the preliminary hearing under oath testimony from November 2023, page 47,
Mine?
25, 2, page 48, line 1.
Fair game.
Okay. So I read the question first. Question. From what you were describing, were you expecting to have a difficult conversation with him? Rocky, your answer, no. Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to once you face to face.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That was not the question you asked. Face to face is different because you're having a real conversation opposed to text. I'm thinking you mean in like every form.
So my exact question just a minute ago was, do you understand that Rocky is not a difficult person to talk to face? You said, yeah, he is.
Oh, you said face to face?
I did. Okay.
Well, it all depends on the context. Nobody. But you know,
Anyway, you'd agree that Rocky is not a violent person, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
I don't know.
Okay.
There's relevant as to time.
Well,
And give, Your Honor,
Stop. The objection as to Vegas time was sustained.
Your Honor, very important point. I just want to give counsel a heads up.
No speaking objections.
Your Honor,
No speaking objections. It's sustained as to the time, as to Vegas time.
Your Honor,
No.
Your Honor, I think the court's gonna want me to approach on this. The court, I think it's gonna appreciate that I ask to approach.
Run it by Mr. Takapini first. Quietly.
yeah. So you've known Rocky since you were 17. You just sat up there and said that you're 36 now. So y'all have known each other for quite some time. 19 years, 20 years. And you don't know if he's violent or confrontational?
All right, so you're go on to something else?
yes. So we need that at some point this year. Let's go like this. You agree, you weigh, back in 2021 November, you weigh about 205 pounds, right? Back then.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Okay. You're 6'3"?
Correct.
Okay. Rocky's about 5'9", 5'10".
I don't know.
Well, you offer up the stipulation. I don't know how tall he is. You offer up the stipulation.
Okay. You're significantly, physically much larger than Rocky. You agree to that, right?
No.
You would agree to that? You're not much larger than Rocky.
The question was significantly and now it's large.
Significantly is big.
Okay. In terms of physical size, are you bigger than Rocky?
I mean, clearly.
Okay. Now, when you went to meet Rocky, you didn't just walk to the hotel, right? You jogged there.
Yeah, John. Because
With what?
Elijah was calling me,
Okay.
asking like where I was at.
And as you were quickly heading to Rocky and the W Hotel, you thought, to use your words, if there was going to be an altercation, there would be a bit of roughing. You said that, right?
If there was an altercation, yeah, but that's regular, it's a fight.
Okay. And you thought maybe you'd have a fight with Rocky on the way to that W Hotel, right?
I did.
Okay. And you thought because,
But what's your definition of fight? Because I would, like what I said, I was thinking arguing. Like, you're not going to get to a fight without arguing first. So I'm thinking it can easily be de-escalated or whatever. But you could go.
and you thought because, according to you, fights what men do with their anger, right?
Say what now?
Sure. According to you, you thought a fight is what men do if they're angry, right? Did you say that?
I'm not going to recall.
You always say what?
Say that again? If men get what?
According to you, you ever recall testifying that, according to you, when men are angry, they fight?
Yeah, that's,
And of course, you were angry with Rocky on November 6th, 2021, right?
no, I wasn't angry at him.
You were angry?
Mm-mm.
Is that no?
No.
So, were you upset with him or pissed at him?
No.
No, okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would like.
But what about what? You're not making it clear.
Your Honor, at this point,
Wait, are you referring to before the shooting or after?
right, on November 6th, as you go to meet Rocky, you were angry at him. We saw your text messages
Oh, yeah.
about something else. Sorry, what did you say?
Can you re-say the question because
Sure.
I'm trying to make it.
On November 6th, 2021, as you go to meet Rocky,
Mhm.
you were upset with him or quote unquote pissed at him, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, there, let me speak to Mr. Gordon.
So, it's not.
This is what you told ADA or Deputy District Attorney, I should say, Engel in a phone interview on November 14th, 2022. Okay, you have a stipulation, Your Honor, that's the right date.
Is it after the incident?
In November 2022 is after the incident, yes. I mean, you had to be pissed at him a little. This is the district attorney, by the way, speaking. You had to be pissed at him a bit though. I mean, he's out there talking to other people and calling you a bitch. Your answer, wait, what do you mean? Physical with him? Answer, no. I said you had to be not physical. I didn't say physical. I meant you had to be upset with him or pissed at him. Your answer, oh yeah. You recall giving that answer? Your interview with the district attorney's office?
And that was when was the text produced?
Is the stipulation that was the question, those were the questions asked, and those were the answers given?
Yes, and at the end, just so it's clear, this is an interview conducted
I said it, yeah.
November 14, 2022.
With Deputy District Attorney Frederick Engels.
Yes,
That's right.
Yeah,
Deputy
Angle.
Engels.
Was I mad at him? Can you repeat the question?
Hold on a second. Your Honor, I have a stipulation I've heard accurately that I want.
I think everybody agrees that
Okay.
that was the question, those were the questions asked, that was the answers given. Those were the answers given.
Now, again, you've already testified, and you read from the transcript again, that as you were heading to Rocky, you believed he hadn't paid those funeral expenses for ASAP Josh, right? You went through that already, right, Mr. Efron?
I didn't care. That was weeks prior that I wrote him that. It's two different situations. You're trying to mix it up. Jabari and Josh is way different. You gotta go back to Josh's text. That was 3 weeks prior to me getting that phone call. So I just mentioned Josh. I never combined them together. Everybody wanted to combine these two together. I don't know what that means, thinking within 3 weeks.
It's a recorded conversation, too, sir.
Mhm.
Okay. So on that same interview with the district attorney Engel in November of 2022, you said, talking about Josh's overdose, and it was a big thing where Rocky said he was going to pay for Josh, body to get flown to New York. It never happened. So, and I'm start becoming successful. So I wrote him, and I just wrote him like, yo, bro, that's mad F up like this, that, and the third. Like I got myself out of mad situations. So I'm just like venting to him, nothing bad, nothing like threatening, nothing, you get what I'm saying? So basically, I'm just like cutting ties, like it's smoke and mirrors, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. I know, I'm just reading your transcript. I'm not asking you if you get what I'm saying. So, you continue. Rocky, no, Engel, I'm sorry, PA Engel. Rocky essentially says he's gonna pay for the transport of the body from, you get flown back to New York, it doesn't happen. You answer, right, it didn't happen. So that's a year later, according to you, still didn't think it happened, right?
Your Honor, relevance?
Yeah, like what are we talking about? What are we talking?
Relative when he went there.
I said overruled, so it's a fair question.
Sorry, go ahead, sir. On November 6, 2021, you still didn't think Rocky had paid for Josh's funeral. Correct.
I don't recall. I don't know how that's relevant.
Yeah, that's the judge over there, so I'm just asking you.
Okay, but I don't recall.
Well, you just heard your, did I have a stipulation I heard accurately from the attorney?
Yeah, but that does not have nothing to do with the case.
We already stipulated.
Okay,
So yes, you would have.
and that was 1 year later. Just a few weeks earlier, to remind you something, a few weeks earlier, on October 16th, 2021, you saw the text where you text hi Y. If Rocky don't do this shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N-word up. You remember that text, right?
And that was asked and answered.
Overruled.
You remember that text, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that text that we put up here?
Okay. Has nothing to do with the case. I'm so confused what's going on.
Take a look, you recall it now?
I don't recall.
Take a look.
I see it. I see it. You ain't gotta,
You can read that?
I can see it.
What's the last line say? Oh, no, you were looking over here.
But I've seen this already.
I know you have. Okay, so as you're heading, now let's get to the hotel. As you're heading to the W Hotel in Rocky at 10:08 p.m., you sent them a message saying you were in front of Trader Joe's. We saw that, right?
Yes.
And at that time you sent that message, you were actually still on your way. I think you testified to, right? You were walking down Argyle Avenue and that's when you encountered Rocky.
I don't know when that text message, wait, say it again, please?
You were on the way to Trader Joe's you were on the way to Trader Joe's, you sent them that message.
And I
And
sent them that message because the W is right next to the Trader Joe's, and
but you eventually encountered Rocky as you were walking down Argo Avenue, right?
yeah, correct.
And even before the events depicted on the video, as you approached, there were words you said between you and Rocky from as far as 40 feet away from one another, right?
What?
As you approached Rocky, there were words you said.
I didn't even say nothing. He said something to me, but okay.
What did he say?
He said, "What's up now, pussy?"
Okay. And that was from 40 feet away, he told Detective Henry, right?
I can't recall like what the. I know when I heard him, I seen him.
How far away was he?
I can't really recall right now.
And according to you at the time, Rocky was just standing at a building when you approached him, right?
No, I said I heard him. I heard him, and then he started like he was walking. I heard him.
That's a good question, which is, according to you, what you told Detective Flores, Rocky was just standing at a building when you finally approached him, correct?
No, I never said that.
You never said it to Detective Flores?
I don't recall.
Okay, you don't recall. And even though you think Rocky made this remark to you as you guys were coming towards each other, you didn't turn around and leave when he said that, right?
Say what?
Even though Rocky.
When he said whatever he said, I didn't turn around and leave.
Right, that's my question.
No.
You continued to approach him, right?
I mean, what's wrong with that?
I just asked you if you could.
Yeah, I did.
And you've seen on the video, you showed the initial encounter with Rocky outside that parking garage, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's your testimony he grabbed you first
Yes, it is.
with his right hand, you said?
He grabbed me with his right?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I just know I picked up my left. I know I just had my left up and I'm right.
Correct, the witness has extended his left hand outward, Your Honor.
Well, which hand did Rocky grab you with first?
I mean, we gotta go back to the video if you wanna play it. We gotta play it 100 times.
So it's your testimony that the first person seen moving hand on that video is Rocky.
I mean, we could play it back.
Okay, as you sit here, you have an independent recollection from watching that video. Who's the first person on that video to move their hand?
Your Honor, is the question, does he have a recollection from watching the video?
That was the question.
Does he have a recollection from what actually happened?
Do you remember, can you put yourself at the scene, can you put yourself in the parking lot? All right.
No, it's not the parking lot, it's the parking garage.
All right, the parking lot. Can you put yourself in there in your mind's eye?
I don't wanna lie and say.
I know that, I know, can you put yourself in your mind's eye there?
Say the question again?
Sure. As you're sitting here now, I was actually referring to his recollection of the video, because it's a long time ago, like you said. You just saw the video yesterday, right?
Seen the video a lot.
A lot. Do you recall, as you're sitting here testifying, from the video, whose hand moves first, yours or Rocky's?
Your Honor, questions about the video are irrelevant. It's a piece of evidence for the jury to evaluate.
Okay.
Oh, yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
I mean, can we play it?
Sure. We can. We're teed up ready to go, so we'll mark it, it's the same video, but we'll mark it as video on.
Same video?
And yes, garage.
I show it as M as in Mary. Alex, was there an M?
I believe it's M, I've got the next M here.
Do you have the, is
I
the
do
next
not.
one M as in Mary or N as in North?
I do not have an M as in there.
Okay, the next one is M as in Mary.
So we will now, sir, play that video for you, that portion of it. I want you to look at the video and watch it, and tell me whose hand you see moving first.
I mean, obviously you can't see Rocky on the block. Like, play it again?
Sure.
It's kind of blurry down here. Play it
Again? Sure.
Play it. You gotta play it again, but it's hard to say. I know I need to put my hands on him.
So
I know that for a fact.
here's my
So,
question, sir. Let me just make sure you understand. According to this video, which is the evidence that this jury's looking at,
whatever you want to try to
what's that, sir?
say, whatever you want to try to do.
I want to try to ask you a question.
Okay.
Okay? According to this video that you just looked at, according to the video, it's the only video we have, whose hand was first, is my question. You want to
I
see
mean, I
that?
can't see the other person. You're saying who here moves first. We have to see both parties.
According to the video, which is,
All right, he's answered, he can't tell. Ask another question.
okay, you want to see it again?
I can't tell.
You testified that, well, let me ask you this question. You see Rocky's right hand coming up after
Play it again.
your left hand is up. Go ahead.
What are we looking
Take a
at?
look, take a look. There you go.
Play it back.
Okay.
He's grabbing me. You see him literally grabbing my arm, bro.
Okay. That's your,
You see him tugging at me.
okay. Is he coming at you here or are you
Play
playing
it back. Play it back.
Play it back.
Because I just seen it.
Okay.
Tugging at my arm. My other arm is down and I'm a righty. And I'm so big, if I wanted to fight this man and I'm getting touched, don't you think I'm gonna protect myself?
Where are your hands right now?
We're both grabbing each other at this point. Look, a second ago when my hand was down, I'm a righty. I try to stop him with my left.
Indicating right hand down, left hand.
I keep on saying the same thing.
Okay. Now, what's going on there?
Explain that one more time. You want people to say it?
No more. Just keep on going.
Right.
In argument, you can give what your version is. Mr. Lewin or Mr. Sloman can give theirs. The jury will make the final determination. So
Just,
don't replay it.
no, I'm replaying. Just want to scroll forward another few seconds there.
All right.
Just look. Right there, you're pulling him back. He's not pushing you, correct?
Excuse me?
Sure. The part of the video you just saw is you pulling Rocky back, correct? He's not pushing you forward, right?
Let's see it again.
Sure.
Do you want to indicate where you're going?
He's clearly pushing me.
Okay.
Counsel for the record, we don't have a good record.
And I don't, it's too many grabbing each other at this point. He initiated it.
Hold on, Sheriff. Hold on. Stop.
The record's got to show, he is showing him, and looks like between
Just give me the
12,
seconds.
14 seconds into the video.
A little bit before 14 seconds. I agree with John. 12
12 to
seconds.
14 seconds.
Yep.
Between 12 and 14 seconds.
Okay. So it's your testimony that you are not trying to pull Rocky back.
Let me see. Should I pull them back?
I'm asking you, sir.
I don't recall. I don't know what I'm answering right now. I don't recall.
Here's the question. In that video, on this street on that night, November 6th, 2021, are you pulling Rocky back?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. I'm going to read your preliminary hearing transcript for November 2023.
Page 9.
Yep, trying to get it wrong. page 63 on 22 to 25.
Would I take it, line?
22 to 25. Question to you. And did he do anything besides just grab the collar? Your answer. I mean, he was yanking it, you know, and I tried like pulling him back, you know. Recall giving that answer on the road?
That was my move, that's fine. Wait, what did you say again? Type of thing?
Stipulate, yes.
All right, the question that was just read from the preliminary hearing transcript, and the answer given by Mr. Efron, that's what is reflected in the transcript. We are stipulating that.
Okay. So, now it's your story that during this initial encounter that we just observed, Rocky pressed the gun against your stomach. Correct?
Yes, correct.
He also pressed.
He didn't touch my stomach, but he pointed it out at me. Nothing that physically touched me, he pointed it at me.
Okay, so it didn't physically touch your stomach.
No, I didn't touch my stomach.
So therefore, if it didn't physically touch your stomach,
It was in between.
if it didn't physically touch your stomach, like you just said, you wouldn't have felt the barrel of the gun against your stomach, right?
I don't know what I was feeling. Everything happened fast.
I understand.
Fast.
Right. But you just told the jury, nothing physically touched your stomach. Gun did not physically touch you, right?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. Did you not testify that you felt the barrel of the gun touching your stomach previously?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'll
Yeah, like you gotta read, like I don't know.
No, I've been doing that, but I'll do it again. Page 63, lunch 22. No, I'm sorry. Sorry, that's the Engel interview on November of 2022. Transcript is page 18, 178. We type in battle. The relevant portion. He's like Elijah and 12 he's off to the side. Elijah just put it away. No. He's literally, I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach. Like, do you recall saying that to the district attorney in 2022?
Say it again. Like Elijah and
This is the relevant portion.
Wait, hold on, sir. What was this, a phone call or?
Going into district attorney's office in 2022. Do you recall saying, I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach?
I'm feeling the barrel of the gun in my stomach. I don't recall.
Okay.
Well, is the question whether you recall saying it, or the question whether in fact,
I believe the question was, as you recall, saying.
Correct.
okay.
Because initially today he said nothing touched. So that was my question. Thank you, Ron. Thank you. You also told detectives that in that instance that we saw in this video, not only did he put the gun to your stomach, but he also put the gun to your head. Right?
No, he didn't put no actual, because it didn't never touch me, but he pointed it. He pointed it to my stomach, and I said that she's trying to trip me up. He pointed it to me, to my head and my stomach, and he said he's gonna kill me.
Okay. Now, this Efron, I just read your words from the recorded conversation where you said you felt the barrel. I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm asking you if you recall.
If I'm next to him in 2 seconds, a gun can easily touch you, do anything. I don't know. But a gun was pulled on me. It was pointed at me and it was fired later.
So it was now pointed to your stomach and also to your head, right?
We're going to object to the word now, it's argumentative.
According to you today, according to your testimony, the gun was pointed at your stomach and at your head, right?
It was pointed at me, Mr. Takapino.
At your stomach and at your head, right?
It was pointed at me.
Where, sir?
At my stomach and my head.
Anywhere else?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
Did you also tell the detectives that the gun was also pointed in the third place, your chest as well?
If he's pointed to my body, my chest, bro, all this is the same. All of this is the same. He pulled the gun out. He pointed it at me. He said, "I'm gonna kill you." Boom, boom, it happened quick. He pointed it. That's it.
For the record, Your Honor, when the witness said it's all the same, he made a finger as a gun, he pointed it at his stomach and his chest, indicating the stomach and the chest were all the same. That reports you guys were on.
Sure.
Yes, I did.
So
That's
when
right.
you're describing the chest and the stomach, it's the same thing, correct?
It's not the same, but he's pointing it at me. Which way you put it, the gun's pointing at me.
And you testified that he also said, "I'll kill you right now," right?
Yeah.
First of all, you remember those words, specifically remember those words, sir?
I mean, he's screaming it. He's saying, like, "I'll kill you."
Did he say those words, "I'll kill you"?
Yes.
You're sure?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, when you spoke to the district attorney only 1 year later, in November of 2022, on tape, what you said was, you don't remember what he said because it was so long ago. Isn't that true?
I mean, that's pretty much a tactic you had since day one, drag it out. But if I'm refreshed, I can remember. It's been 3 years. If he was innocent, he would be home a long time ago.
I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't know.
There's no question. Just,
But 3 years, it's been going on for 3
no,
years.
stop. Just wait till we ask him a question.
So
Why don't you ask,
that's a fair question, I think.
no, I know that, but we're almost 4 o'clock, so go ahead and finish the topic, and we're gonna take a break. Recess.
Here's the question. You swore to this jury that Rocky said to you exact words, "I'll kill you right now." Not that something like, you remember those words you told the jury.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
Yeah, I remember.
1 year after this incident, sir. 1 year after, not 3.5 years later, like it is now. 1 year after, you had a taped interview with the district attorney's office.
Mhm.
And what you said to them was, and then Rocky, like, he's saying something, I don't really remember because it was just like a long time ago, so I don't really remember what he was saying.
Because I'm getting tired of talking to everybody, bro. Nothing was happening. It took them 9 months to even pursue the case.
So you didn't give me the honest answer because
It's not honest. I'm just tired.
Mr. Efron.
I'm gonna read from that transcript. Your Honor.
It's a stipulation that those questions were asked and those answers were given when Mr. Efron was in.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we just take a break now?
So y'all know that court actually ended after this. Very interesting exchange. You hear Relli make a comment that he says, if he was innocent, he would be out. That I hear is going to be stricken from the record today when court starts. And the jury is going to be told to disregard the statement. Yeah, he said it as if he was locked up, Beta. I agree with that. So it was a very interesting exchange. Another thing to call out, and shout out to my girl Arian White. She is an attorney down in Florida. But she made a tweet today, just kind of reiterating some of the things that was going on in the trial on yesterday. And she says, Relli's testimony is so unhinged. Once you cut through the drama, the antics in the courtroom, the defense is doing a great job at pointing out the contradictions in this case. It's so bad the state is starting to stipulate to things Relli should admit but won't. Somebody asked her, they said, why would the state want to stipulate? Does that make their case stronger? Her response was no. It's an attempt to stop the defense from making Relli look ridiculous. Once it's stipulated, it's established as a fact. And in the case to the jury, so there's no reason to ask him about it anymore. I think a lot of the questions that Joe asked him, yeah, they made him look a fool. They damaged his credibility. The way he's responding, I don't think that he's aware that even if this did happen to him, the way that he's presenting himself to the jury is killing his credibility. And Joe is also asking questions to bait him. He's purposefully rattling him so that he can continue to make himself look crazy. And so the state is like, yep, you know what? We're going to stipulate to that. That's what he said in the preliminary hearing. Those are the questions that were asked, and those were his answers. And now he's saying something different, or he said something different the next time he was asked about it. So very, very interesting way that the court is moving. Now we all know that the court isn't going to start for another hour and a half. So we're going to find us some busy work in the meantime and in between time. So I'm actually going to go back over to our feeds because I'm pretty sure there was another trial that kicked off today that we can just take a peek in. I am also looking for a feed for the Jackie Johnson trial because y'all know I want to watch Jackie Johnson so bad. I want to say Elena Alive. Wait a minute. WTOC. Oh, it's only a couple minutes. They showed a clip of, yeah, see, they aren't really playing what we want them to. Now, Jackie Johnson is the DA down in Georgia, who was DA at the time of the Ahmaud Arbery, when the Ahmaud Arbery incident occurred. She is accused of interfering with the police investigation and breaking her oath of office. And so there's a camera in there, but they aren't actually posting the trial. So we may not be able to watch it. I'm hoping that they do. All right, Taylor gang. So we got a y'all know what? There was a motion hearing for Karen Reed. Y'all want to sit in on that for an hour? Hey, Monique. Karen Reed had a motion hearing this morning that I missed out on. There's also the killer son murder trial. We could watch the opening arguments for that, or we can go over to that love affair and watch the. We can go over to the love affair murder and watch the defense's open argument. Hey, Tabby. Which one? You got to be specific in the comments to let me know. Any updates on Monica Fabio's life? That's the love affair, Shay. We can go and watch the opening arguments for the defense because remember we never got to it because the state did so much. Even on the day 2 when they actually picked up, the state was still doing their opening argument. Like, yeah. I think her name is Monica Cimatelli. We can listen to that. Let me see. Let me go over to the live chat because y'all know StreamYard has a delay, and so I can't even see what you guys are saying. It's probably taking a while to pop up on my side. Whatever block I want to spend. All right. Well, for the sake of consistency, we'll run over to Monica Fabio's wife. So if you don't know, Monica is accused of working with her lover and another guy that they hired to unalive her husband for a insurance policy. The policy was worth like $2.2 million, but Fabio was worth like $4 billion. It's alleged that she orchestrated the murder. They came to the house and they stabbed Fabio, and unfortunately he passed away. And so it was the longest opening argument in history. And we're going to jump back over and listen to her defense. So I'm going to share this tab instead. I'm going to back it up.
That we believe the evidence will show are untrue. Since the moment this woman was arrested 7.5 years ago, Monica has steadfastly maintained that she is innocent of these charges, and she has consistently pled not guilty in this case. Monica has from the start made clear that there was absolutely no reason, no desire that she would have ever wanted her husband Fabio to be dead. And you will see, ladies and gentlemen, with the evidence that will be presented at trial, not anything Ms. Silverman has said to you, which is certainly not evidence, nor do we believe it will be the evidence. And not anything I say right now, as the judge will instruct you. It is only the evidence you will receive at trial, which you have to base any decision you make on. Over the last Friday and now Tuesday, you have heard hours of argument from Ms. Silverman about the evidence she expects to be shown in this trial. But over those hours and hours of slides and photos and notes and texts and statements about what she expects the evidence to be, you have not heard one piece of evidence, one text, one letter, one recorded call, one statement by Monica Simontilli, or any indication that Monica Simontilli ever uttered a word about wanting her husband dead. We believe that the reason that Monica is not guilty of these charges is that the evidence will show that everything Ms. Silverman talked about, everything she presented before you in the last 2 days, has only to do with two things. One, that she was having an affair with Robert Baker. And two, that it turned out that Robert Baker decided that he was going to kill her husband. No reason that Monica would have wanted, no motive, and no interest. And that it was Robert Baker who made that choice for her and then convinced her, pleaded with her, deceived her into believing he was an innocent man. And that the reason that she was caught up in this whole thing was because he had been targeted and was not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show you that this is who Monica and Fabio Simontilli were together on October 31st, 2016. This is 4 months before Fabio was killed. And you will see for yourself the relationship between Monica and Fabio. This is a video taken in an intimate moment, not in public, not in some show of their relationship. This is their relationship. And this is who Monica and Fabio were together on January 10th, 2017, only 2 weeks before Fabio was killed. And this is who Monica, Fabio, and their 2 daughters, Jessica and Bella, were on January 15, 2017. Just 8 days before Fabio was brutally murdered by Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. They were happy together. They were loving each other. They were close, each other's best friends, husband and wife for nearly 20 years. And absolutely no reason in the world that Monica would have wanted Fabio harmed. No reason in the world that Monica would have wanted Fabio killed. And the prosecution in this case is going to ask you to believe that Monica Simontilli suddenly went from this person to being some kind of criminal mastermind who plotted and orchestrated the brutal killing of Fabio in his own home. On behalf of Ms. Simontilli, we implore you to do one thing, which is wait until you form any opinion in this case, until you've been able to look and see the evidence in the case. Not Ms. Silverman's claim about what the evidence is, not even my claim about what the evidence is, but the evidence that will be presented in this case. The witnesses who will talk to you in this case. You decide whether it's truthful testimony. You decide whether those witnesses are believable. And that is how we have justice in the United States of America in a criminal trial. Not just because a prosecutor tells you it's so, but because the evidence either proves or doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Monica has committed a crime, that Monica somehow wanted her husband dead for some reason. And over the last 2 days, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there has been no evidence presented to you at any time that Monica Simontilli was plotting, conspiring, or indicating to anyone before Fabio was killed or after that she wanted him dead. You will hear the evidence presented that Monica Simontilli loved her husband. You will hear from the people that knew them best, who spent time with them in the weeks and days before Fabio was killed, that they were a truly happy, loving couple. But what you've heard over the last 2 days is not evidence that somehow Monica Simontilli was plotting to kill her husband. There's no statement, there's no text, there's no recorded phone call, even as Ms. Silverman says, when Monica would have thought no one was listening. But what you have heard is hours and hours of graphic statements about the fact that Monica had an affair. What you've heard is that there will be evidence of character assassination, that somehow, because Monica was having an affair with Robert Baker without her husband's knowledge, that because Monica Simontilli was not wanting others to know about that affair and covering it up and using text messaging that she deleted about that affair, that somehow that is supposed to prove to you that Monica Simontilli is guilty of murder, that Monica Simontilli is guilty somehow of conspiring to kill her husband because she had an affair. We have not, from the start of this case 7.5 years ago, ever once contested that Monica Simontilli probably made the most fatal mistake of her life when she entered into an affair with Robert Baker. But that has nothing to do with Monica wanting Fabio dead or conspiring to kill him. There's going to be evidence that after Fabio was murdered, in her grief, the person who stepped up to replace Fabio, to control Monica, to surveil her, to get her to be the center of his world by making himself the center of her world, is Robert Baker. And you will hear evidence over and over and over again about the fact that Monica was duped into believing that Robert Baker had nothing to do with Fabio's death. But in the beginning, you will hear the most important evidence, which is what Fabio and Monica were together prior to his being killed. What you will hear from the people who knew them best, many of them prosecution witnesses, who will tell you that they spent extensive time with this couple in their home, in unguarded moments. And you will hear also from Fabio and Monica's own daughters. Jessica, who was 18 at the time her dad was killed, Bella, who was 16. And ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from those two girls who will look you in the eye and tell you what they observed, what they saw of their mom and dad together, what they observed, what they saw of their mom's caring and love for their father, what they observed, what they saw of their parents' interaction with each other, not just out at a restaurant, not just at a party, but at home, at night, in their most unguarded moments. And what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that there is not a whiff of evidence. There is not a suggestion by any witness you'll hear from that Monica and Fabio ever had any conflict with one another. They had no beefs. They had no resentments. You will hear time and again from the witnesses in this case of Monica Simontilli's caring for her husband, closeness to her husband, and it will be clear from that evidence that Monica Simontilli had absolutely no reason to want her husband to be harmed. You'll also hear, because of Fabio's employment, they did have financially a very secure life. There were no worries about money. They weren't rich, but they had bought their own home. Yes, it was mortgaged heavily, but Fabio had a good job. And as long as he was working and had a salary, that salary allowed them to lead a lifestyle that was comfortable and great. And you heard from the Silverman about the perks and the salary of that job, but you will also hear that those perks and salary would only be forever if Fabio Cementilli was alive. And what you will also hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that those perks, that travel that Ms. Silverman talked about, that Monica and Fabio so enjoyed, that lifestyle was not one that anybody believed was fake or a show or a put on. Every single witness in this case who will come in here and testify to you about the genuineness of Monica's love for Fabio, caring for Fabio, and time with Fabio, and Fabio's care and love of her will consistently tell you that that love was real. That friendship, being each other's close friends and co-parents, and the pride they had in their involvement in their daughter's life. In the weeks and even days before Fabio was brutally killed, there is no one who's going to not say to you that that love and affection and friendship was real. And there's not going to be a single piece of evidence that you see throughout this trial that tells you otherwise. Now, in the weeks and months before Fabio was killed, you will see for yourselves testimony and hear for yourselves testimony from witnesses who describe a household where there wasn't a woman in the household who was out and caring about money and partying it up without her family. What you'll hear instead is Monica was present. She was involved. She spent money. And you know what the witnesses will tell you? She spent money on food because she loved to cook for Fabio and the family. They had people over in the weeks before he was killed all the time, not just on rare occasions, but all the time, friends and family in their home who saw them, who saw how they interacted. Fabio's son, Monica's stepson, Luigi Cementilli, will come into this courtroom and talk to you. He'd been 3 weeks living with Fabio and Monica just before Fabio was killed. He will tell you about their relationship and what he saw and the genuineness of what he saw. Not a single witness in this case is going to tell you that prior to Fabio's death, prior to the police telling them the police opinions about Monica having an affair and what that had to mean, none of those witnesses will say anything other than the affection and love and caring by Monica Cementilli for Fabio Cementilli was real. In 2016, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you back. I want to take you back so that you can see a roadmap to the evidence that will be presented by both the prosecution and the defense about what Monica Cementilli was doing in 2016. She was 44 years old in 2016. She was no longer working as she once had at an elementary school locally where she helped teach and care for autistic children in an elementary school. She had been a stay-at-home mom with 2 teenage daughters. And as they started to get more active in their own lives, Monica decided to join a gym. And she joined the LA Fitness Club, where she started to work out and train with a trainer. And she decided to join the club's racquetball team. And the coach of that racquetball team, the head coach of that league, was Robert Baker. You'll hear that Fabio was traveling more and more for his job. You'll hear that the girls were no longer all the time at home. And you'll hear that as Monica got more active in the gym and started learning about racquetball that was taught to her by Robert Baker and started competing competitively, that Monica was happy, she was getting more fit, and she was making new friends at the LA Fitness Club. You'll hear that she started being friendly with some of the girls from the club. They would go out for karaoke. You will hear that she's developed a new circle of friends in her life from her activities at LA Fitness. And you will also hear, ladies and gentlemen, that when she joined the racquetball team and started training at LA Fitness, that Robert Baker started to have more and more a role in Monica Simontilli's life. This is not a case where Monica Simontilli went looking for Robert Baker. What you will learn is that this is going to be a case where Robert Baker went looking for Monica.
I'm sorry, Council. We're going to take our lunch recess this time. Hope this is a good time for you.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess until 1:30. The admission advised not to discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or form expressing opinion to the cause time submitted to you.
I'll give you a sec.
Thank you.
He talks a little slow, so I'm gonna add some sauce to it, y'all. Shout out to D Wood.
So before the lunch break, we left off discussing that in early 2016. Now, this is a year before Fabio was killed. Monica was no longer working at the elementary school. She had been for the last couple of years, I think 3 years, at home while the girls were in high school. And I think Bella was in junior high that first year she was out of the elementary school. And Monica decided to go to LA Fitness to start working out, to get fit. She was 44 years old. They were happy, and Fabio was right on the cusp of starting to travel both internationally and domestically for his job. Fabio, as a director of education and an executive at his hair company, Relli, was doing better and better, and more of that time was spent traveling out of town. And the girls, at the teenage girls, Jess and Bella, Jess was already 18, Bella was 16. They had more and more of their own lives, and Monica started working out, going to the gym, and she met a great group of friends who also worked out. And she met, who you'll hear from, a trainer, Matt Nurse, who she started training with. And through Matt, met the coach of the racquetball team, Robert Baker. Now, you're going to hear quite a bit about Robert Baker. You should know who Robert Baker was when he met Monica Simontilli. Robert Baker was the coach of the racquetball team. They had a competitive league. He was also head of the league and scheduling all their games and competitions. Baker was a former military policeman, an MP when he was with the Army. He didn't serve time in the Army. He was a military policeman. And after he left the Army, he had a number of different jobs. And by all accounts, and by witnesses you will hear in this courtroom, Robert Baker was a charming, manipulative, hustling guy. And Robert Baker, when he started coaching Monica, got closer and closer and closer as the year went on. Although Fabio would occasionally, I think 2 or 3 times during 2016, come with Monica to the gym. She would try to get him to play racquetball. The gym wasn't Fabio's thing. And although he went 2 or 3 times, he never got into racquetball, never spent much time there, but met Baker. And through the course of that year, through the course of spring and summer of 2016, Monica started spending a good deal of time working out at the club. Now, in the spring of 2016, you were going to hear that at some point, Monica and Robert Baker began an affair. And that affair, starting in 2016, went through that next year. Now, Monica had a very active life at home. That didn't change. Monica was the sort of head hostess of the home. They constantly, you will hear from people who loved and knew them, had people, friends over, relatives over, work colleagues of Fabio's over. They were constantly having people into their home, in and around them, who got to see up close what Fabio and Monica were like, their relationship, how they interacted. And again, consistently, you will hear Monica's love for Fabio was clear. It was genuine. Fabio adored Monica, as I think the prosecutor said. They were laughing, dancing, living as a couple. And yes, Monica Simontilli had an affair. Now, the prosecutor is going to ask you also to believe that two things cannot possibly be true. That it cannot be possible that Monica Simontilli loved her husband, loved her family life, and also that she had a sexual affair. And what you will learn from the evidence in this case is having a sexual affair doesn't mean you want your husband to die. Through the course of 2016, the evidence will show you, ladies and gentlemen, that Monica was able to balance her family life, her home life, with her affair. You don't be, let me say this. I think the evidence is going to show you that during that summer and fall of 2016, prior to Fabio's brutal killing, what people observed is that Monica Simontilli was happy. She wasn't gone. She wasn't remote. There was no conflict in the house. She never made a single statement to anyone that she was critical of Fabio or that Fabio was critical to her. You are not going to hear any witnesses say they even saw a fight between Monica and her husband. It was a happy home, and Monica Simontilli was clearly balancing both. She was definitely home. She was definitely involved with Fabio still in the girls' lives, but she was also exploring a sexual affair with Robert Baker. We know from witnesses who will be in this courtroom, even Fabio's son, Luigi, his adult son, in the fall of 2016, Luigi comes to town with his girlfriend, and they actually live for 3 weeks in the Simontilli home. Every day around Fabio and Monica, see them, see how they're acting. And Luigi himself says he only saw love and friendship and nothing that was anything but Fabio and Monica were together and happy. And you'll see from that evidence that while the prosecution will tell you over and over and over again about the sexual nature of Monica's relationship, that even that the sexual nature of her relationship with Robert Baker was unusual and kinky, and that they even at some point started having sexual relationships with other people. That has nothing to do with a motive to kill. Nothing. And I ask you to consider, as you listen to what I understand from the prosecution as even a detective reading to you, describing sexual videos between Monica and Robert Baker, that again, her sexuality, her choice, which some of us may disapprove of, to have an affair has nothing to do with wanting her husband dead. You will hear witnesses in this case tell you, Monica's best friend, Deborah Obad at the time, that in May or June of 2016, she started to suspect something was up, that Monica might be having a dalliance of some kind. She was dressing up more. She was putting lipstick on. She was out when they would come over with Fabio. She was just a little more excited and put together than usual. But Deborah Obad will also tell you, who, by the way, Deb's going to tell you she was a very close friend of Fabio's also, that there was nothing she saw in terms of Monica's dissatisfaction or upset or anger or anything from Monica Simontilli that indicated anything that was wrong or that she was unhappy about. You are also going to hear that at some time during the fall of 2016, you will learn that Monica Simontilli made clear to Robert Baker one thing. When Robert Baker told Monica Simontilli that he wanted her, that he was not wanting anything but for them to be together, that she should consider leaving her husband and being with him. And Monica started talking about her family life and her love for her children. In fact, you'll hear from witness Matt Nurse, her trainer. At one point, Monica Simontilli spoke to Matt Trainer about being unfaithful, about a sexual affair or the potential of a sexual affair. And you'll hear that Matt Nurse said to Monica, why wouldn't you just get a divorce if you're going to have an affair? And Monica told Matt Nurse, why would I ever want to throw away 20 years of marriage? Monica Simontilli was not interested in leaving her husband. She was not interested in leaving her family. She loved her family and she loved being a part of her family. And what is absolutely going to be clear from the evidence is that when Monica Simontilli told Robert Baker that she wasn't interested in leaving her husband, that was a fatal mistake that Monica will have regretted for the rest of her life. Because the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that there was someone decidedly not happy with things as they were, decidedly not accepting that Monica could go on balancing both having her family life and being with Fabio and also being with Robert Baker. And you will learn that Robert Baker decided to take things into his own hands. Robert Baker, you will learn from the evidence, decided that it wasn't good enough for him that Monica wanted to stay with her family and stay with her husband, and that Robert Baker wanted to control Monica Simontilli's future. And so when Monica made clear she had no interest in leaving her husband, she was perfectly happy to continue the affair, but just that, wanted to continue the affair and did not want to leave her family, Robert Baker decided he was not going to give her the choice. And Robert Baker was going to make the decision for her, and alone started formulating a plan to kill Fabio Simontilli. Now, how do we know this? We know this because Robert Baker is going to come into this courtroom and sit in that chair and tell you himself that he was the one at this point who decided to play God. He and he alone, deceiving Monica, not sharing with you his intentions, continuing with the affair, but increasingly, you will see manipulative and controlling in her life. Robert Baker, as the evidence will show, began to stalk and follow and prey upon the entire Simontilli family. You will learn from the evidence in this case that even Fabio and Monica's daughters started noticing that Robert Baker was around. You'll hear from Jessica, the 18-year-old at the time, that she was driving one day and all of a sudden Baker showed up. You'll hear other witnesses talk about, you even have Deborah Obad, who at one point takes a picture of Robert Baker's car. Robert Baker's car parked down the street from the Simontilli home at a time Robert Baker wasn't at the Simontilli home. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that at this point in Monica's life, unknowing that the man she was sleeping with was not going to accept her decision, Robert Baker started to formulate a plan to kill Monica's husband. Now, you will already know, I think you've already heard, Robert Baker has already admitted his guilt. Robert Baker has already gone to the judge and said, I plead guilty. I did this. And you will also learn that Robert Baker has never once asked for a deal, a benefit, any leniency where he could turn around and say, if actually Monica was involved in this, hey, I want some benefit so that I can testify that Monica's involved. But that's not the truth. And you will see why and how the prosecution here has turned the idea of Monica Simontilli having an affair into some kind of motive to murder. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the prosecutor told you that somehow in the fall of 2016, Monica had some kind of big problem. I think she said that the two worlds of being with Fabio and carrying on an affair, that these two worlds somehow just couldn't coexist. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit that real life's just not like that. People do have affairs on occasion. We could disapprove of somebody being unfaithful to their husband, but in Monica Simontilli's life that she loved, that the evidence will clearly show, the prosecution told you, it was a great life. The idea that Monica Simontilli couldn't have her family and be coexisting with a relationship outside of her marriage is just factually untrue. And you will see that from the evidence in the case. You will see, ladies and gentlemen, that there was absolutely no problem or impediment for Monica Simontilli carrying on that affair and also staying with her family. Now, the prosecutor has clearly suggested to you, she didn't suggest it, she told you, that the evidence will be that one of the reasons apparently Monica Simontilli plotted and schemed and was a master manipulator to kill her husband was because she didn't want to get a divorce. Think about that. The prosecution is suggesting to you that Monica Simontilli decided to kill her husband because a divorce was not an option. But the evidence will clearly show you in this trial that of course divorce was an option. Monica and Fabio were from Canada. They first met there. Fabio had a platform hair business. Monica had been teaching, and then she was a makeup artist and in fact became a very well-renowned makeup artist in Canada. And Fabio and Monica met and married in Canada. But what you didn't hear really is that although the prosecution would have you to believe that Monica Simontilli would somehow be cut off from her life, cut out, I think Ms. Silverman said, if she were to ever get a divorce, the facts you will hear is that Fabio came from divorce, that Monica came from a family where there was a divorce, and that when Monica Simontilli married Fabio, he had gotten a divorce. He had gotten a divorce. There was no issue whatsoever with Monica Simontilli if she did not want to be with her husband, if she did not want to stay with her husband, if she wanted to leave her husband, why not just get a divorce? When she married Fabio, if her family would have cut her out, if there had been a divorce, you will hear the opposite, that Monica's family embraced and loved Fabio and immediately accepted him in to their family. And there was never an issue with divorce. You will hear that, in fact, Monica and Fabio weren't even particularly religious. Yes, they were Catholic, but they didn't even get married in the Catholic Church. They got married in the Anglican Church. You'll hear that Monica and Fabio were not particularly churchgoers. You will hear actual evidence in this case that the idea that Monica Simontilli would have killed her husband, as the prosecutor said, because a divorce would have meant Monica was cut out of something, is simply untrue. And what else did the prosecutor tell you about why Monica would do such a thing in this case? Why she would conspire and decide and intend to have her husband brutally killed? Well, the prosecutor says to you, there was plenty of money. They had a wonderful lifestyle. And she had a motive to kill her husband because of life insurance. Well, let's talk about what the facts will be about that. You are going to learn in this case, ladies and gentlemen, that at the time of his death, Fabio had only purchased one life insurance policy in his life. One. Other than whatever his work provided, which they provided a policy, which we'll talk about, Fabio Simontilli had only ever purchased one life insurance policy. Well, Monica Simontilli must have wanted that, must have been a beneficiary to that. But what you will learn, the facts, the documents that you will see, is that in fact, the one life insurance policy Fabio Simontilli ever bought, Monica was not only not a sole beneficiary to the policy, she wasn't even on the policy. Fabio bought a life insurance policy for his son from the previous marriage in which he'd gotten a divorce. One policy that he bought himself. You will hear no evidence in this case that Monica Simontilli ever tried to get a life insurance policy for her husband. You'll hear no evidence in this case that she ever asked her husband or encouraged her husband to get a policy for her. Nothing. What you will hear is that Fabio Simontilli's work had a benefits plan for him in the company. That's Wella. You will also hear that very shortly before his death, Wella was sold to a new company. That company was Cody. And you will hear yourself from the evidence in this case that Monica Simontilli was not even a sole beneficiary on the policy he had with his company. Never. Monica Simontilli was a shared beneficiary with her daughters, Jessica and Bella, her adult daughter, Jessica, her teenage daughter, her 16-year-old Bella, and also Luigi Simontilli. And you will also learn that the majority of any benefits coming from that life insurance policy were coming to the kids, not Monica Simontilli, the kids. She wasn't a sole beneficiary, and she had no majority interest in any life insurance policy that was provided for the company. You will also hear the actual evidence, which will show you that the most valuable thing that Monica Simontilli could have wanted, if she cared about money, was for Fabio to continue with his salary. Think about it. The prosecution has described to you this great life Monica was having because of Fabio's salary and the lifestyle that afforded. The prosecution has told you the facts will be that Fabio and Monica went on these wonderful trips to Cabo, to Mexico. Why? Because he was awarded, as long as he was working, these trips for free. So what happens if Fabio Simontilli is dead? What possible benefit would Monica Simontilli have for cutting herself off from that, what Ms. Silverman described as a lavish lifestyle? There was none. There was no financial motive. You are actually going to hear specific evidence about what anyone would have believed the value of the benefits Fabio would have received from his company if he were to die in 2016 and early 2017. And from that evidence, you will know without any question that Monica Simontilli would have been far better off financially with Fabio alive and thriving and not gone. It will be crystal clear to you that any claim of a financial motive in this case is simply untrue, and the evidence will prove that. Now, Monica and Robert Baker, as they were having an affair, like many people having an affair, constantly texted and communicated. And those texts and communications, Monica worked very hard to keep private. And like many people who have ever had an extramarital affair, many people try to keep their communications with their lover private. There's not anything inherently criminal about that. And yes, you will hear, of course, Monica deleted her communications with the man she was having an affair with. You will hear that they used messaging apps separate from her normal messaging apps. But you will not hear any evidence that only criminals somehow use these messaging apps. I guarantee you there are people in this courtroom, including me, who use WhatsApp and Viber and all kinds of messaging apps all the time. And there's nothing criminal about those apps. Absolutely nothing. And frankly, end-to-end encryption, as you can hear from the experts, is no different from your Apple messaging. That's end-to-end encryption. So the suggestion that something is proof of an intent to kill or an intent to do harm or a conspiracy because Monica Simontilli and Robert Baker were communicating by WhatsApp or Viber is simply inconsistent with the evidence you'll hear. And yes, Robert Baker and Monica Simontilli constantly texted. They constantly texted through 2016 and early 2017. And after her husband was killed, they continued to text. Because after Fabio was killed, yes, Monica, having no idea that Robert Baker had done the awful thing that he did, continued her affair, took comfort and solace, and allowed Robert Baker into her life more and more. And yes, she was attracted to him. She was comforted by him. She continued the affair. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is not a crime, and you will know it's not a crime as the evidence is presented. You will also learn of those thousands and thousands of communications, of those hundreds of texts, phone calls, emails, some of which you will hear about in this courtroom. There's not a single piece of evidence among all of those communications that gives you the slightest indication that Monica wanted her husband dead or that Monica conspired with anyone to do anything. Not a single one. And you will also hear the prosecution tell you that somehow, some way, the fact that there were so many communications around the days around Fabio's killing, that is somehow evidence that Monica Simontilli was involved. But you will also hear that the number of communications between Baker and Monica in the days around the day of or the day before Fabio was killed are absolutely no different than they were in the days before or the weeks before. No different. So the idea to suggest that somehow the volume of calls was different between New Year's and January 23rd simply proves nothing. It proves nothing at all. What you will see instead, ladies and gentlemen, what you will see instead is that over the course of the summer and fall of 2016, leading up to this murder, the pattern of communications between Robert Baker and Monica Simontilli show you the dynamics and control that Robert Baker asserted over Monica, and not the opposite. You will learn from the actual evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that 2/3 of the communications that Robert and Monica had were Robert communicating, attempting to reach out to Monica to find out what she was doing, where she was, when she could meet, when she could see him. All of those communications reflect that over 2/3, frankly, of all of their communications came from Robert Baker and not Monica Simontilli. Now, one of the great things about our system is that in order to convict somebody for a crime, you actually have to have evidence. You actually have to have evidence that tells you that that person committed that crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And yet what you've heard so far from the prosecution is not direct evidence of any commission of a crime. What the prosecution is going to ask you to consider is what they've mentioned is circumstantial evidence. And there's no better example of the dangers of circumstantial evidence here than this fact. The prosecution has told you already that they can show that there were hundreds of messages and texts in the days around the killing between Monica and Baker. But the evidence also will show you that there were the same number of messages in the days and weeks before. And as the court will instruct you, with circumstantial evidence, if you can draw 2 or more reasonable conclusions from the circumstantial evidence that is presented to you, and one of those reasonable conclusions points to innocence and the other to guilt, you must accept the one that points to innocence and not the one that points to guilt, where there is a reasonable conclusion to be made. And of course, reject anyone that would be unreasonable. But as you see here, the fact that the prosecution may show you that there were hundreds of communications between Robert Baker and Monica Simontilli on the days around when Robert Baker killed Fabio means nothing if they are the same number of communications in the days and weeks before. One of the things the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, as you sit and listen to the testimony of witnesses and see the documents that are presented, is that over the course of the fall of 2016, Robert Baker's manipulation and interest in controlling Monica Simontilli became greater and greater and greater. You will hear even from other witnesses in this case, a woman named Paula McCullum, who also trained at the gym, who also knew Robert Baker. Robert Baker charmed and manipulated her as well. In fact, Robert Baker and Paula McCullum had an affair around the same time he was with Monica Simontilli in the early stages of their relationship. And after he dumped Paula McCullum was still willing to do and give Robert Baker anything he wanted. And you will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that when Robert Baker was planning the murder of Fabio Simontilli, he didn't use or be assisted by Monica Simontilli. He used Paula McCullum, who will get on the stand and testify and admit to you that she had originally had an affair with Robert Baker, that while they were no longer sleeping together and no longer together, that Robert Baker called her and asked her to rent a car for him. You will learn from Paula, she had no idea there was a murder that was going to happen or what Robert's intentions were. And you will learn that Paula McCullum, just because Robert Baker asked her to, rented the car that Robert Baker used to kill Fabio Simontilli. Not Monica, Paula McCullum. Because Robert Baker was an aggressive, manipulative, controlling man. And you will see from corroborative evidence, even in the sexual relationship, that the prosecution says it will spend so much time proving up, even though there's been no contest, no dispute, that there was a sexual relationship. Even the nature of that sexual relationship will tell you about the control Robert Baker exercised. Robert Baker took graphic sexual photos of Monica Simontilli, and you will learn in a very creepy way, stored them in a series of memory cards that were found among his belongings. Graphic sexual images of things that he had Monica Simontilli do. You'll hear that other witnesses will talk about Robert Baker and his control sexually of women, and that Robert Baker even asked, according to Paula McCullum to go out and have sex with other men. And it was Robert Baker's deviance and sexual control that you will see reflected in the actual evidence in this case. And you'll also see that Robert Baker started following and stalking Monica Simontilli. It's interesting. You're going to see, this is a computer data slide that you will see later, actually presented by a prosecution expert who's going to talk to you about geolocation and tracking Robert Baker's movements during this period of time. And what that evidence is going to clearly show you from this slide is that in and around the time that Monica was continuing to want to live with her family and be with her family while also carrying on an affair, that wasn't good enough for Robert Baker. And you will see the constant number of times that Robert Baker was lurking in and around the Simontilli home. You will also see, as the prosecution has suggested, they had an entire team of specialized officers, I think from the official high-powered narcotics gang unit, I think the prosecutor mentioned, where this team of highly trained surveillance officers were set their sights on Monica Simontilli and Robert Baker. And for hours and hours and hours, they surveilled and followed Monica Simontilli and Robert Baker. And what did you see that they found from the prosecutor's description? You saw that Robert Baker was having sexual relationships with Monica, kissing in public. You saw that Monica Simontilli was kissing someone else. You'll learn at Robert Baker's direction. You will hear consistently that the sum total of this high-powered surveillance unit in following Robert Baker and Monica Simontilli found out exactly one thing. They were having an affair they already knew that she was having. And what else will you learn? The prosecutor talked about a surveillance officer who's going to get on the stand and talk about Monica Simontilli at a bar where she was kissing a bouncer. But what you will also hear is that Robert Baker not only shopped for Monica Simontilli, she told her what clothes she would have to wear. Those same surveillance officers spent hours recording Robert Baker bringing clothes, short dresses, short skirts to Monica Simontilli, and in a gas station parking lot, having her try on those clothes for him and then putting her in the back of a car. You will also hear that things were not happy between Robert Baker and Monica Simontilli after the death of her husband. You will know one of the reasons that it was so clear that Robert Baker felt he had to take things into his own hands is that after Fabio died, Monica was truly devastated, grieving. You will hear witness after witness who tells you that her grief was real, that her tears were real, that her physical manifestations of the loss of her husband could not have been faked. You will hear she was shaking. You will hear that there were real tears constantly. And you will even hear that 2 months after Fabio's death, Robert Baker had had enough at one point. And you will hear a story that the surveillance agents tell about following Robert Baker and Monica to a parking lot where Robert Baker is driving. And that's another thing, please. The theory is Monica is driving this relationship somehow, but constantly, time and again, you will see from the surveillance tape, it's Robert Baker who's taking over Monica's car or truck. It's Robert Baker who is driving Monica Simontilli. And in that instance, you will see that Monica Simontilli is sitting in the passenger seat of a truck. Robert Baker is driving, and he's all of a sudden slams on the car, stops the car, and slams the door and walks away. And what you didn't hear is that Monica Simontilli is sitting in that truck. The surveillance agents go up to that truck, and for the next 20 minutes, sitting right beside Monica Simontilli, unbeknownst to her, she is sobbing. As the surveillance agent writes in the report, sobbing uncontrollably. Nothing made up, nothing fake, sobbing uncontrollably, saying out loud, "I'm so stupid. I want to talk to you about the day that Fabio Simontilli was killed. January 23rd, 2017. The day and the day before for the Monica and the Simontilli family, you will learn, were like any other. There will be no evidence that Monica did or said anything during those 2 days that was different from their normal routine. You will learn that Monica and Fabio and the girls had dinner that Fabio had picked up the night before, and you will hear that that day, the 23rd, began like many others. You will hear that on the morning of the 23rd, early, around 7:30, Bella, who's 16, left for high school like she did every morning of the week. But you will also hear there was one thing that was different. At the very last minute, when there would be no way to plan any elaborate scheme, Fabio didn't go to work that day. Fabio would have normally been at work that day. He had taken off Friday, but the plan was that he was going to be at work on Monday, and at the last minute decided not to go. In fact, you will hear evidence that he had also planned that week to get a colonoscopy, and even had indicated that he wouldn't be home, that he would be at a colonoscopy appointment that Monday, January 23rd. You will also hear that when Bella went to school after she left, early that morning, or mid-morning, I should say, the Simontilli housekeeper arrived. That was Delia Pacheco, who you will hear from shortly. And Delia came in, but this was not a situation where Monica had, chefs and housekeepers that were there all the time. Delia only came 2 times a month. And the prosecutors are going to suggest to you that the one of 2 days that month that Delia was working during the day at that house, somehow Monica had planned a murder. You're also going to know that Fabio left the house at 10:57. He left. He went to run errands. Monica had Fabio promise that day, since he was going to stay home, he was going to get a power washer fixed. I think Ms. Silverman mentioned it, because she had wanted him to clean the driveway. And you will learn that Fabio left at 10:57. And then Monica and her daughter Jess, the 18-year-old, who was also at the house, left themselves to the LA Fitness gym to work out. And you will hear from Matt Nurse that he saw Monica and Jess at the gym. He even saw that Monica was playing racquetball with Robert Baker, her coach, that morning. And you will hear that Fabio, at some point midday, comes back home. And then you'll also hear Jess, the 18-year-old, and Monica come back home. And they have lunch together with Fabio. Delia's at the house, Jess is at the house, Monica is at the house, and Fabio is at the house. Now, the prosecution's theory is that somehow in this, what they've referred to as this tight murder timeline, that somehow you are going to see something done or said or acted on by Monica that suggests she did something or said something to ensure that there would be no one at the house other than Fabio at the time 2 killers came to the home. But what you will see instead from the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, is that the evidence is going to show you nothing could be further from the truth. You'll hear that Bella that day was supposed to, after school, have an interview at a deli in the Valley. You'll hear that definitely Monica and Bella communicated about her interview and to let her know how it went and that she was going to come home afterwards. You'll also hear that Jessica, later that afternoon, had scheduled a last-minute babysitting gig. The friend we spoke of, Deborah Obad, will tell you that there had been no long ago scheduling of a plan. She wanted to run a few errands, and she'd asked Jessica, not Monica, Jessica, if she could come over that afternoon to babysit. You will also hear that Monica had errands to run and was headed to go out planning a dinner that night of fatina, which is like a pasta, and corn for the family, and also to pick up some toiletries for Fabio. And she leaves for Target in the afternoon, but she doesn't leave Fabio alone in the house. She leaves Fabio with her 18-year-old daughter, Jessica, in the house. What you will also learn from the actual evidence is that during the course of that afternoon, Monica Simontilli did not do a single thing while she was shopping at Target or going to the grocery store to pick up the ingredients for the dinner that would have assisted or aided in these 2 killers who showed up at their house. You will hear first evidence that will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely tell you that it is impossible for Monica Simontilli to have orchestrated the murder of her husband. if you are planning a murder and orchestrating a murder to ensure that somehow your husband is alone at the house, the one job you would have is to take some action to ensure that nobody's coming home. Jessica is out babysitting. You'll hear evidence that's clear. Deb Obad's just running a few errands. After the errands are done, Jessica is going to come back to the house. But what you will actually know from the evidence is there was not one phone call or message to Deborah Obad or to Jessica after she left for babysitting that day, trying to find out when she was coming home, control when she was coming home, intercept Jessica from coming home, or finding out from Deborah when Jessica would be done with babysitting and coming home. And there was nothing that Monica Simontilli did or said that would have prevented her 18-year-old daughter from walking in on a murder, potentially being killed herself, or at least seeing who the killers of her father were. And for Bella, you will hear that Bella's interview, in fact, lasted only 30 minutes at the deli. You'll hear that Bella wanted to pick up some glasses, not prearranged, wanted to pick up some glasses, and that Monica, while she was at Target, receives a call from the eye doctor, finding out if it's okay for Bella to pick up the glasses and then come home. Now, Monica could have intercepted Bella. Monica could have said, hey, Bella, I want you to wait at the eye doctor. I'll meet you there, to control when Bella was coming home. But what you will see instead is Monica Simontilli didn't call Bella, didn't text Bella, didn't say anything to try to prevent her daughter from going home. And the prosecution in this case will ask you to believe that Monica Simontilli was willing for Bella Simontilli, her 16-year-old daughter, to come home to two murderers killing her father and potentially die herself. And you will hear that the actual evidence in this case is Bella Simontilli came home within 1 minute of those two killers being in the house. 1 minute to find her father dead. There is nothing on earth that would indicate that Monica Simontilli did anything that could have prevented the slaughter of her children. So this theory that somehow Monica Simontilli, right, was orchestrating, was planning, was doing things, messaging, is completely belied by that fact. And you will also learn that on January 23rd, at the critical time the prosecution wants you to believe that Monica Simontilli was orchestrating this murder, there was no evidence, absolutely no evidence that you will see that there was any communication between Monica Simontilli and Robert Baker for the critical timeline that the prosecution tells you about. The one critical time that there would have been any assistance provided had there been any communication during that period. And you will also see evidence, which we'll talk about later, that at 3:53, the idea that somehow home cameras were accessed for any reason that would have been related to Monica Simontilli plotting and orchestrating the murder of her husband will be proven factually untrue. You will learn that at 3:53, there was nobody at her house. At 3:53, there was no ability to assist the killers because the killers got there much later. And you will also hear that there was a perfectly legitimate reason for Monica Simontilli, who'd asked her husband to clean the driveway, to access her home cameras at 3:53. You will also learn from the prosecution's theory of a murder timeline that the prosecution would have you believe that just prior to this, at 4:25, which the prosecution will tell you is a critical time, Monica is leaving Target. I think the prosecutor mentioned that she's leaving and clearly looking at her phone, and you saw a picture at Target of Monica leaving Target with looking at her phone. You will hear evidence from an expert that shows you that it would not have been possible in any way for Monica to be looking at her home cameras. So whatever she was looking at, it wasn't going to be her home cameras. And you will also see that at an even more critical time, when the killers were at the house and likely killing her husband, Monica wasn't on her phone. Monica wasn't looking at home cameras. Monica wasn't texting or calling anyone. She has both hands on a shopping cart and she's buying groceries. And one of the things that I didn't hear mentioned earlier of the so-called evidence that Monica was somehow assisting or doing something that could have even conceivably facilitated this awful murder is that one of the things you will see from the evidence that Monica Cementilli was doing at the grocery store, in addition to shopping and buying food, is that she accessed a dating website. She went on a dating website that she went on dozens of times before called Lifestyle Lounge. And you will see from the evidence in the case, that is what Monica Cementilli was doing. Not helping, not communicating, not assisting, and not conspiring. The killing of Fabio Cementilli was unspeakable. It was a very personal stabbing that Robert Baker did with his protege and friend, Chris Austin, who called Robert Baker Unc. And you will hear just came and killed Fabio himself for no reason, because Robert Baker asked him to. You will hear that when Bella and shortly thereafter Monica came home to the house, it was absolutely chaos. You will hear the real.
All right, y'all. We got about 10 minutes before trial starts. So we got to have a chit chat. We got to have a conversation because, yeah. Okay. So one of the things that I was thinking about a little bit earlier today, and if you follow me on Twitter, you may have seen it. Joe left a lot of meat on the bone. There are a lot of things that Joe just did not cover in cross-examination. So I want to ask y'all, what are some things that you are expecting to hear today? Personally, I expect to hear about the trip to the ER, what made him go to the ER. I'm expecting Joe to talk more about when he hired an attorney and why did he hire one. I'm also hoping to hear Joe talk about the actual shooting, because we haven't even gotten there yet. He's yet to talk about, he's getting there, right? They're talking about the tussling and the fighting and who was the aggressor. But he's going to have to talk about the shooting and what's occurring during the shooting. Because when we watch the video does look, I mean, you hear too loud noises. It's very blurry. I personally think that you kind of can see Rocky raise an arm. But the way that Relli responds, it doesn't give, I'm still in fear of my life. Like, I was searching hard, high and low for the fear. And I'm sorry, I didn't see it in the video. To me, it looks like everybody is out there fighting. Everybody's out there scrapping. Really testified that when the first shot goes off, Ills drops his body and that he attempted to get behind Ills or use Ills as a human shield. But when we watch the video, right, there's, whenever you hear that first sound, Ills and Relli are kind of next to each other, but there's a space. And it's a big enough space that there was no way he was going to get behind Ills. But he does kind of like leap over, and it seems like he grabs him or something happens and they begin tussling, right? And Rocky is still on the outside of this exchange, and it's moving from one area kind of over to another where we then hear another gunshot, and it honestly looks like Relli and Ills are having a fight. That's what it looks like to me. It looks like he's fighting Ills. Now, you do see Barty, who's got the red jacket on. He actually runs off to the side for a second, which I think could be damaging, because what is he afraid of? He is actually doing, or, you know, actually in action sounds crazy, but he is in action, like he's in motion, and his action says that he's trying to hide from something. All the while, Relli and Ills are still tussling, and that it starts to look like Ills is trying to keep Relli away from Rocky. So if Rocky is this person with this gun, he's shooting at you, why are you still trying to get to him? Why are you trying to get to him? And so I'm curious on how deep Joe is going to get into this video. I want to know what Joe's going to do today, y'all. I really want to know. I really want to know. Let me go back over here. So I'm expecting him to talk about that. I want to know if, because in opening arguments, we heard Joe talk about Relli speaking to one of the detectives and the detective telling him that he should go to the emergency room for his case. And this is after the fact. So I'm also interested in finding out the actual timeline of him going to the hospital for his for his injuries, the injury he suffered from the incident. What I did pick up on when we just watched the rewatch was that at 11:58 p.m., the night of the shooting, afterwards is the time that he actually sent the picture of the bullets to Rocky. And this is all stipulated too. So the jury is definitely going to be able to see this. But 11:58 is when he sent the pictures of the bullets to Rocky. And I believe he has been in possession of these bullets for about 48 minutes, because I believe his phone has him there at 11:10 or something, even though he said it was either 10:40 or 11:40 when he got there. He sends the message to John at 11:38, or Josh. Maybe, I don't know if it was John or Josh, but he sends that message saying, "I'm getting itch." I just lost my point, y'all. I'm hilarious sometimes. Oh, he sends the message to John saying he's getting rich. Now this is on 11:07. 11:08, he goes to the police station, and then we don't have the actual day when he goes back to New York. We did not get the actual day when he gave the phone over. But I'm curious if Joe is going to call out the day in which he decided to go to the emergency room, because he's yet to do that. Even though he's gone to the police department, he's saying, "I've suffered these injuries. I've got you on video. I've got the bullets. I got all this stuff." He's yet to go to the emergency room. He's doing everything that a person who would not have been shot or suffered injuries would do, in my opinion. All right. I think that's all I wrote down that I missed from the day before. But nonetheless, court starts in 4 minutes. So Taylor Gang, let me know what's going on. TU, is there a witness list out? I wonder if Ills is coming to testify for the defense. I believe that Ills is testifying. Why? Because on day one, they had everybody ask if they wanted to be deposed by the state, and they were saying no on the calls. And I believe Ills was one of them. Hey, Eb, bruh is just trying to get some money. Trying to get some money. Yes, Eb. He is just trying to get money. That's it. That's all. It's very clear. Like, you telling everybody I'm getting rich. You upset that you haven't been given credit for anything. You even reached out to 12E, who is Ills, Elijah. You reached out to him saying Rocky hasn't taken care of us. You know that's messed up that Rocky ain't took care of us. He just seemed like the hater out the crew. Everybody else seemed like they cool with playing a role. Because here's the thing. Everybody don't have a rich friend. Everybody don't have one. I don't have one. But I would imagine if you have a rich friend, you're just going to be down for the cause. I mean, hey, if you able to get in on the girls, on the parties, you know, you getting a little something here and there. Some people just want to be down for the cause. And then there's people like Relli who want to take credit, who wants to be bigger than everybody, who has to be the center of attention. He wants to be something that he isn't, and he's upset with Rocky because Rocky made it. And Rocky, you know what I'm saying? I'm a fan of your acting, sir. But you let Rihanna wife you, like you know what I'm saying? You win it because Rihanna could wife me if she wanted to. I'm just saying. But you got wifed by Rihanna. Like I just, you know. Yeah, you got that one dude who expect them to take them with them. And it's like you can come. It seemed like Rocky was letting them come along, but I feel like there's more to this story that we're not actually getting. I don't feel like Rocky just jumped up one day and was like, F Relli. Like Relli must have been doing some slimy stuff. I.e., the message that you sent the 12 be talking about is messed up that Rocky ain't taking care of us like he should. Like, bro, you a grown man. You a grown man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Angel, you a grown man. You a grown man. What's his name? Relli. Now, if you with Rocky, you able to capitalize on those opportunities. You out there being able to make connections with people. Good for you. Figure out how to get the bag, but you can't be mad because he ain't taking you all the way to the top with him. D Wood, he majorly went in. I'm just saying. I'm gonna say it every time I get an opportunity to. Baby, Rihanna could wife me, child. I can't name an A$AP Rocky song though, but I can tell you a movie he was in. I can't tell you A$AP Rocky song. He was in Fresh though. He played Dom in Fresh. Fresh, that movie also has Quincy in it. Remember they all out in California. He was the nerd, and him and his friends, they were nerds. Dom wants to get with Joey Kravitz. You don't remember that movie? Okay, let me go get a. Let me go get you a Let me get a little photo. You know what? It's not called Fresh. It's called Dope. Thank you, Beta. It's called Dope. Let me see if I can get us a quick little image of it. It's called Dope. Thank you, Beta girl. Dope. This was the movie he was in. You still don't recall? It come on Netflix all the time, y'all. All right. Well, needless to say, hey Kay, that is the only A$AP Rocky movie I can tell you, like, he's in Dope. I don't know why I keep on saying Fresh. Maybe it's the haircut. Malcolm, Jig, and Diggy, yeah. And Dom is a part of the Boys Club. It was a good movie. And I'm over here making up stories. Don't mind me. The movie was called Dope. It was called Dope. He was good in the movie. I think Rocky did a really good job. He did a really good job. I can't even tell you. Yeah, I can't tell you a A$AP Rocky song though. I can't tell you. Respectfully, I hope really don't come in here with this black jacket on. Well, he did change his outfit. He said he was not doing black jacket, black shirt no more after y'all ate him up on the stand. Maybe because the people ate him up. FM Problems was that his song? I have no idea. Now I'm about to get on Apple Music because what's a good ASAP Rocky song? I don't know. Has he been on a feature that I like? Let me see. Been featured on a song I like? Oh! Stop playing. This is his song. Or he's on the song. Hey. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this song I actually do know. Now I can say, oh, shoot. They gonna strike me. It will mess up my channel. I know they're gonna strike me. I'm gonna mute it. I'm finna go mute it real quick. I forget. It's okay, y'all. Y'all know I'm new. Y'all know I'm new to this. I'll fix it. I'm finna go strike it. Trim it. Let me go back to the channel and trim it out. She said, "Don't play that song." I know, right? I'm such a klutz. It's all right. I'll mute it. I know. I'm gonna tell him I'm sorry. It's cool. I'll figure out how to mute it. I know for sure I could do it once I end the live, but I don't know how to do it while I'm on the live. I didn't know he had songs. Kim. I'm gonna tell him I'm sorry. I'm gonna tell these folks I'm sorry. But I was listening to ASAP Ferg. Love his delivery better. Where Ashy Jacket really at? Y'all are hilarious. Y'all are hilarious. Yeah, now I'm stressed out. Yeah, it'll let me mute it whenever I get to it. Either way, they probably in there arguing, y'all. Let me go on out here and check the Twitter feed because yeah. Y'all know Lucci got released today. Only a few photographers greeted ASAP this morning as he walked in the courtroom. Alleged shooting victim Terrell Relli Efron is back on the stand today for more cross-examinations from Rocky's lawyer, Joe Tacopina. 19 years ago today, Khaleesi released Bossy. I thought that was the best song in the world when it came out. I'm not gonna lie. I always want to say Tropicana. Angel, I want to call him Tacopina. I want to call him Tacopina. Can one of the mods throw a like the live? I'm trying to find one. A like the live post so I can pin it. Like the live, subscribe, all the good things. I'm trying to find one. I don't know why I don't be starring them, so I can easily get to them later. Hello, everybody. If I didn't greet you, hey, as I'm scrolling, I'm starting to see people that I didn't see at first. Bernicia in the chat. I don't know. Beta, do you got yours? Because I know Beta, I think Beta got it copied and pasted somewhere. Hers always pop up. Here we go. Boom. Found one. Hey, cousins. Remember to hit the thumbs up button before entering the chat. Subscribe and memberships are available. I'm about to get y'all Taylor Gay in the building. What's going on, Purple Health? I'm about to get y'all some more perks for the membership. So y'all know I'm learning. Y'all know I'm learning this whole monetization thing. So I am going to be working on some exclusive content for our folks who have memberships, as well as getting y'all some custom emojis. I'm gonna be working on it. I always got something to do. Theo, are you going to do the Karen retrial? Because child. So I'm gonna be honest with you, Kay. I didn't really follow Karen Reed the first time. So we kind of watched the trial. I think it was a hearing a few weeks ago where they were trying to get the dog bite expert admitted, cleared for testimony. And honestly, that was one of the first times I had actually watched it. I've kind of breezed Karen from afar, but there is a lot of interest in it. So we may. Oh, Sonya, I'm about to do myself a roller set. I'm about to do myself a roller set this weekend. I ain't gonna buy me some rollers today. Member, yeah. Yep. Okay. So, but I tell you what, we are going to follow that trial up in Michigan if it does occur. where there is another young lady who's alleged to be unalive. There is no body, and the boyfriend is the suspect. He became the suspect when they found her DNA in his apartment and in the dumpster, the trash can. Here we go.
All right, this is a defense in Amazon. This is defense Amazon Mary.
That's not this. Yes. Is that, what I'm asking you specifically to focus on is at the end of this, when you see the you describe, you said, you describe it as Rocky having a gun, you say he's putting it away when you see two people walking by. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, take a look at the video.
Mm.
You see those two sets of lights there?
Yeah.
Okay. You put the set away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And after that happened, Rocky turned around and walked away, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And after that, everything, using your words, everything is about to be over at that point, right?
I mean, right after we switched out, putting the knife away, so it wasn't really, everything happened fast.
Yeah, before you get to that part, let me just ask you this question. When you see Rocky put that away and start walking away, you said everything is about to be over at that point, right? Before you see anything else.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And after Rocky turned and walked away, and everything was about to be over, the rotation had ended, despite Rocky having displayed what you said was a gun, you didn't run away from him, right?
Really not.
Well, hold on. You didn't run away, or that's not right.
No, I didn't run away.
Let me say clearly not.
Yeah, clearly not.
And so
Clearly not right, or clearly that he didn't run away? Because you said,
I
I'm
didn't
asking
run
a
away.
question, then you said, is that right?
good point. Okay. To the contrary, you actually at one point told Rocky to shoot the gun, right?
That was before, I was like, if you brought a gun, shoot it.
In any event, you started following Rocky, Hills, and 12 as they started walking down Argyle Avenue to Selma.
Negative.
Negative.
No.
Okay.
I told you I was talking to Jamel.
Which exhibit is this?
This is People's One, Your Honor.
Number one?
Yeah, one. But we make it straight. Okay. So Selma's here, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Where was the parking lot location on this map?
Point,
The
can you
initial.
point out on the exhibit that's behind you?
Wait, the first, when he first pulled out,
Yes.
that's in the parking garage, so that would be, I guess the W right here.
Hold on, we'll have. We'll
Can you put the other one up?
Here you go. It's right here on Argyle, right here. That's the prosecutor's figure before. So see where I just put that pen?
Okay, can you put the one of the visual picture?
Sure. This one?
That's People's Two, Your Honor.
Yeah.
There's two.
Okay, what am I looking at?
The parking garage over there.
Yeah, park. This is where the shooting happened?
Right, go around the block.
Right here, so it's right here, yeah.
So now let's put the map back up. So this is the route you took when you followed, correct?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yes, okay. Now, I asked you before, as Rocky, Bills, and Trolley started walking away down Argyle, heading towards Selma, did you follow them? And what was your answer, sir?
I told you I was talking to 12E because I seen him with a knife. But yes, I walked down the block with him.
Behind, you were following, right?
I was walking with Ills. 12E was right there and Rocky was in front.
Indicating that the two other individuals, the last two that you said were in front of the position that needed to see that hostile weapon.
Okay. So, you said that eventually, you saw 12E with a pocket knife?
I seen him putting away a pocket knife. I didn't kneel him down, but putting it away.
All right. So as the three of them are walking, up Argyle to Selma, and you're walking with them, you started to use your words, talking shit to them, right?
I just started talking, expressing my feelings for what just happened and overall.
Okay. Let's. Thanks. You know, I asked you a second ago, I was looking for your preliminary hearing testimony on your, I asked you before, when they, the three of them, Bill, 12, and Rocky, started walking away down Argyle towards Selma, you followed, and you said incorrect, right?
I don't recall. When was this? What are you talking about? Because you tripped like.
Question and answer we had this like within the last 2 minutes.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna ask you again.
Question.
I'll ask you again. When Trilby, Bills, and Rocky started walking down Argyle to Selma, away from you, you followed them, correct?
But I think the word follow
Yes.
has multiple interpretations. Hold on.
Who's not speaking?
Mr. Lewis. They stop the speaking objections. Advise to everyone. What is the objection? Objection B, sustained.
Well, let me read you from your preliminary hearing testimony,
Do you mind?
156, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Yeah, of course, I'm going to 156, line 3 to line 5. It's only 2 lines.
Okay.
This is you under oath in November 2023. Question. They started walking eastbound on Argyle to Selma, and you followed them, correct? Answer by you.
Yeah, sure.
Answer by you. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we're yes now? Okay. See? You think that long?
You're trying to make it sound like something else.
Actually, argumentative. We talked about this
Withdrawn,
yesterday.
withdrawn, you're right, absolutely. Okay, so, now at one point, as you were following them, you testified on your direct, you don't really remember what you said to 12 emails. Is that right?
Which one was this? Which they,
Which day?
repeat the question first.
Okay, let's focus on November 6th, 2021. Okay, after the initial incident at the parking lot. Okay, with that?
Keep going.
Okay. When you're following Rocky, 12 and Hills down Argyle to Selma, you said words to Bills and 12. Do you remember specifically what you said to them?
think I said something about 12 years not where he's supposed to be, and it was just like a crackhead or something like that. Or like he's on, I don't know what I was saying. There's a lot of stuff I mentioned a lot of other people's names, like a lot of stuff. It was like a block and a half, we were walking. I'm just talking. A lot of stuff.
What you said to Ills was that he was a crackhead, right?
Yeah.
And what you said to Trowbridge was that he lives in the projects, right?
I think so.
And you're walking with them, as you said, that they could hear you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And as you were saying these things, you weren't like speaking softly, you were yelling at them, right?
I mean, I'm just talking. I'm just verbally expressing my feelings. I just had a gun pulled on me.
Was your voice elevated or were you yelling when you said that to them?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, page 70, line 6 to 8.
Six,
70, page 70, line 16 to 18. 16 to 18. I think I said 6, well, you're right. Question by you, question by me. At your preliminary hearing when you were on the road in 2023, was your voice elevated or were you yelling this stuff? Answer, yeah, yes. Okay. So, you went all the way from that parking lot on Argyle, that on People's Exhibit 1, to the corner of Argyle and Selma. You made a right following them to East Del Mar. And you went to that corner of East Del Mar and Selma, right?
Correct.
All right. And your testimony was that you were asked on direct testimony by the prosecutor that you never saw Rocky carry a gun before, correct?
Did I ever? When was it? A secondary hearing?
No, the trial, just the
Yeah.
go.
Oh, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
This is your trial testimony from
Yeah, but it's
2 days ago. Line 523, page 233. You don't have it. I'll read it one. Share my transcript. Yeah, go. Sworn testimony, okay. Right, I'll read it. Question, this is just in front of the jury. Did you know the defendant carried guns regularly? And that was when the prosecutor was asking. Answer, not really. I think one time he said, I seen like on his wallet, he had like a firearms in New York one time or something like that. But I don't remember ever seeing or knowing, like physically knowing. Question, okay. I mean, did you personally see him with a gun on occasion before this? Answer, no. He has a lot of security. So you told the story that you had not known Rocky carry guns before, correct?
I mean, I don't chill with the man, but I'm assuming he doesn't really, he's a superstar. I don't really chill with him every day. I don't know. You asked me a broad question. All the time I chill with him, I don't know him for carrying guns.
This is for Sloan Cash, that question. Okay, you gave the answer.
Okay.
That's a truthful answer, right?
I don't chill with him. I don't chill, so I don't know what he does.
But you don't know him to carry guns, correct? What you said.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
But one thing you know is for sure he doesn't carry prop guns. That you know.
I mean, who carries a prop gun?
That's what you know, right?
Who's gonna come to a situation and carry a prop gun and be,
Mr. Efron,
That's not my question.
Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question.
I don't,
Wait, Mr. Tacopina is asking you a question whether it's a yes or no, or I don't recall, or I don't remember. That's the question again.
Second.
Ask the question again.
Sure. You said you didn't know who could carry guns, and therefore you don't know who carries guns. But as far as prop guns are concerned, that you know for a fact he never carries. That's what he told
It's
you.
either yes or no.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
So, anyway, clearly after you saw Rocky with what you said was a gun, you were not afraid to follow him.
It wasn't about being afraid.
Answer your question, so
It
you
wasn't
can be here
about being
until
afraid.
next week if you want. After you saw
Yeah, I was
Rocky,
afraid. I was afraid. I was hurt. I was a lot of
Mr.
things.
Efron, he's asking you another question which calls for yes or a no.
What's
Ask
the
the
question?
question again.
sure. After you saw Rocky with what you say was a gun, you were not afraid to follow him.
No. That's all.
You were actually questioned about that on December 17th.
The last answer was a question spelled negative, so I don't think we have an answer that is understood. Maybe the question we asked.
Were you afraid of Rocky when you were following him?
Was I afraid?
After you saw the gun.
After you saw the gun, and you were following, were you afraid of him?
At that moment 3 years ago, going to,
Yes.
I mean, I just had a gun pulled on me, yeah.
Yeah, you were afraid to follow him.
Mhm.
But despite your
Is
fear,
it
you
yes?
did,
Yes. Yes.
despite your fear, you did it anyway, right?
I mean, a lot was going on in my emotions, everything.
So your testimony to this jury under oath was that you were afraid to follow him when you saw him pull that gun. You testified to that same question at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023, under oath, the same oath you took here. And you asked this question and you gave this answer. 158, lines 24 to 27.
Is that the preliminary hearing transcript or the trial?
Preliminary hearing.
158.
158, lines 24 to 27.
Hold on.
I'm holding it.
Okay.
Question. Okay, and again, clearly, after you seeing that he had a gun, according to you, you aren't afraid of him or afraid to follow him, right? Answer, no. So in November of 2023, after you saw him pull a gun, you were not afraid to follow him. Today, after you saw him pull a gun, thinking back, you were afraid to follow him, correct?
I just told you a lot was going on. I'm feeling a lot of different things, but at the moment, I was just mad. I was a lot of shit was going on.
Anyway, you were asked by detectives that same question within a month or so in December of 2021, December 17th to be exact, a little over a month. You asked by detectives, including Detective Flores, who asked you, why did you continue following Rocky if you knew he had a gun? You remember that line of questions by the detectives?
No,
And do you remember telling the detectives you didn't know why?
exactly. I don't know. I'm arguing with 12B. I just told you before earlier, but I mean, just the next question. Or whatever you like.
And then you were questioned later about that, almost a year later, again. In November 14th of 2022 by the Deputy District Attorney, Fred Engel, who's heard a lot about, who again questioned you, why would you follow the guy that you saw with a real gun on you? And this time you said, I don't know why I didn't turn around after you pulled out the gun the first time. You remember telling me that?
Say it again, please.
Sure. The interview you had with the district attorney for Engel, okay, in November of 2022. He asked you why you didn't turn around after you saw him pull out a gun. And your answer was, I don't know why I didn't turn around after you pulled out the gun the first time. Remember that?
I mean, it's so many interviews. It's pretty, they're all consistent. You know?
Do you remember saying that or not?
I don't remember.
Okay, I guess I'll read that transcript. And please have it, it's, Paul, it's, from the, we have a different transcript. Can you find it? You have it. On line 14, the answer to Mr. Henry gave was, yeah, because I don't know why I didn't turn around after we pulled out the gun the first time. I probably, more than likely, I was getting ready to leave, saw before I saw 12B pulling out the knife, putting the knife away, thank you. Okay, I've already listened. So then I'm thinking, okay, thank you. So then I'm thinking, okay, this is a white flag situation. They just come in with Rocky, but now when I see 12B with a knife, I'm thinking, what the heck? They come here to assassinate me. Remember saying that?
Yeah,
You do?
I don't remember, but it's in the contents.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
So in front of this jury now, let's get your answer in front of this jury. You asked on two different occasions, on 2 different days by the prosecutor, January 28th and January 29th, why you followed a man with a gun. On your first day of testimony, you were asked, did you ever think he would actually shoot you? And your answer to that question to this jury was, at that point, I don't know. Like I said, I was just so mad, I see the gun, I didn't care. Remember telling the story that?
Yeah.
Okay. On your second day of testimony from the prosecutor, you were asked why you followed Rocky if you knew he had a real gun, and you said you believed he definitely wouldn't shoot you. You know what I'm saying that?
Yeah, they put it away.
Okay. Now, in fact, during the altercation by the parking garage, you told Rocky something to the effect of, shoot that dumbass fake gun. Did you say something like that?
No.
Okay. Now, on the rec, you were asked this question about that. Would you have said that about the shoot that dumbass fake gun or something to that effect? Would you have said that because you knew he definitely doesn't carry a fake gun?
That's gonna assume a fact on evidence.
What's that?
It's a question.
Where's that coming from?
Just direct testimony. I'll like to read
Word
it.
for word?
I'll read it.
Yeah, read it word for word.
Problems form the question.
I don't know what the question was. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
I'll read it. I'll read the question.
Question and answer. Go ahead.
Sure. Said to this jury on the 29th of January, questioned by Mr. Coleman. Did you say to the defendant, put that fake gun away? Answer by you. No. Question, is that something you would say to him? Answer, no, why would I say put that fake gun away? Question, does that confuse you? Because you don't know him to actually carry a fake gun? Answer, just confusing me all around. Remember giving that answer?
Yeah.
2 days ago, okay. You did, however, tell Rocky to shoot whatever was in his hand, right?
That was prior.
Parking lot, yeah.
That was prior. That was not when he shot the actual gun.
No. On Argyle.
When we first moved up here.
Correct. Right. You did tell him to shoot.
Yeah. No, I didn't say shoot. I said if you brought a gun, shoot it. Like, why you bring the gun for?
Shoot it.
I mean, like at that point, it's just like, why you got a gun?
And the reason you told him to shoot it is because you knew that was not a real gun, right?
Absolutely not.
We have to just take your word for that, right?
I mean, we gotta take your word.
Take my word. I'm not
No,
doing
no, no, don't start that.
this. I'm not
He
doing this.
asks the questions, you answer the questions. Go ahead.
When you first reported this incident to the police, 2 days later, on November 8th, 2021, you said you saw initially Elijah Ulunga, meaning ASAP Stills, armed with a knife. That was your first version, correct?
What? I never said that.
When you say what, did you not understand the question?
I don't understand the question.
You didn't understand the question. When you first reported this incident to the police on November 8th, 2021, you told the police that the person you saw with the knife was ill, it's not true.
No, I never said that.
You never said
I never said that.
so if that were a police report, that would be wrong.
It would be wrong.
Okay.
The man is getting impeached left and right. He doesn't
You
even
got the police report?
see it.
I do.
Hold on. Remember everybody's role?
He doesn't
He
even
asks
know his
questions.
place in the courtroom.
You answer the questions. You don't ask him questions. He won't answer your questions. He asks, you answer, okay? That's what we're doing. All right?
All right now, Judge Arnold, when you gonna start holding him in contempt?
Being that you asked, would you like to see the document?
No.
Oh,
If you want to show him something, show it.
Your Honor, it's improper impeachment, it's not a statement of the witness.
Can we
No.
explain?
Your Honor, it's not a statement of the witness.
Oh, wait.
It's not a
This is
statement.
not
of
his
the witness.
statement?
It's a summary.
It's not, Your Honor.
hey, stop.
Yeah, we need to approach. Let me see it. Let me see
There
it.
they go.
No one's going to approach, so just let me see what you're talking about.
There they go. There they go, arguing on the floor in front of the jury. They cannot get along. At this point, I mean, it's starting to feel, I mean, it was already feeling unprofessional, but it's like, damn, y'all, pull it together.
You
Well, yes.
cannot read from it.
Oh, I was reading from, I'm going to show it to you. Refresh your recollection.
You can ask him about the sum and substance.
Which I did. Okay. Do you remember meeting with Detective Flores? Who's sitting in the back of the courtroom on November 9th? It's only a couple days after the incident. Do you remember meeting with Detective Flores along that time?
Now you're not answering questions at all?
What's the question?
Your Honor, there's a lack of foundation.
Overruled.
Do you? Let me ask you.
The judge just told him to drink some water. Basically, answer the question, man.
You are aware of that spot. Make it easier for you.
And it took his water?
Should I wait or say?
Oh, no, this is.
Here's my question. Just, do you remember meeting with Detective Flores on November 9th? You know Detective Flores, right?
I don't remember.
Can you sit up for a second?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember meeting
I
with him?
don't remember.
Okay. We'll move on. Now, you spoke to the police in November of 2021. That you agree, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you and yelling, and you were yelling at Rocky. You found that?
No.
Okay.
No.
So if that were the police report, that's wrong also, right?
Your Honor, that's gonna call for statute.
Hold on. Stop. All right. Is it, there's an objection to a question?
There is.
Okay, read the question, please.
So if that weren't a police report, that's wrong also, right?
It lacks foundation.
Stop.
Give my grounds.
I'm just, hold on a minute. All right. I hate that.
So if that were in a police report, that's wrong also, right?
Fair question, a rule.
Did you hear that question?
Say it again.
Okay. So if that were in a police report,
What's the question?
oh, you want me to go back to that?
Yeah.
When you spoke to the police in November of 2021, you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you and you were yelling at Rocky.
False.
False. Now, the next one is this one. If that were in a police report, that would be wrong, right? Correct?
Can you say the question again?
Sure. If that were in a police report,
No, the,
only that,
yeah.
when you spoke to the police in November of 2021, the year and the month of this incident, you told them you saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you,
No.
and you were yelling at Rocky.
No.
Not right, not accurate. Sir?
No, not accurate.
Okay. My next question is this one. Stay with me here. If that were in a police report, that would be incorrect.
Yes.
You also told the police in November of 20, not withdrawn. You told the police in November of 2021 that only after you said why you got a knife did the person put that knife away. Is that accurate?
Excuse me?
Did you tell the police in November of 2021 that only after you said to the person with the knife, say 12, why you got the knife, did 12 put that knife away?
No, he was putting the knife away. He was putting it away. I seen him. I turned around and seen him putting it away.
So the question I just asked you is false. You saw the knife while Rocky was pointing the alleged gun at you,
No.
and you were yelling at Rocky.
No.
Not right, not accurate. Sir?
No, not accurate.
Okay. My next question is this one. Stay with you. If that were in a police report, that would be incorrect.
Yes.
Okay.
Do y'all prefer
You
this
also
audio
told the
better?
police in November of 20, not withdrawn. You told the police in November of 2021 that only after you said why you got a knife did the person put that knife away. Is that accurate?
Excuse me?
Did you tell the police in November of 2021 that only after you said to the person with the knife, say 12, why you got the knife, did 12 put that knife away?
No, he was putting the knife away. He was putting it away. I seen him. I turned around and seen him putting it away.
So the question I just asked you is false. You
I
didn't
just
say
told
that.
you what I said. I told you what I said. Yes, it's false.
Oh. So it's your testimony that you didn't even notice the knife until it was already being put away, correct?
Correct.
All right. And for that matter, according to you, the person holding the knife never threatened you with it.
No.
And of course, even though you looked at the video of the incident, you never saw any knife on that video, right?
I mean, we only seen 2 seconds of him pulling the gun out. The rest you can't see because it was like a couple cars down. Or car down, 2 cars down.
Mr. Tackett is not asking about the gun. That's the question again.
Sure. According to you, you watched that video of the Argyle Street parking lot incident, the first encounter. And even though you looked at that video, you never saw any knife on that video.
No, it was out of frame.
So you never saw any knife on the video.
No.
And it's your story that you only followed Rocky, Ills, and Twelby because you saw the knife, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you didn't see Twelby putting away a pocket knife. You weren't going to follow them around the corner.
No, just further, I got mad. I was like, just had a gun pulled on me, and now I'm seeing 12 with a knife.
A pocket knife that he was putting away. That's your testimony.
You keep trying to dumb it down, a pocket knife, a gun, like, what's going on?
So you said pocket knife, I didn't say it.
I mean, the way you
Stop,
emphasize it,
stop,
like it's regular.
stop. Ask another question.
Sure. So the entire time you were following them all and saying what you were saying, we've been through that already. Rocky didn't yell at you.
Nah, he didn't say nothing.
He didn't curse at you.
He didn't say nothing.
Didn't say it. In fact, on the other hand, you were livid at the time, I think you just said, correct? Mad.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, according to you, as you followed them, you were ready to hit 12.
Yeah, because I just hit him with a knife, but I wasn't gonna hit
So the
him.
answer is yes, no, Matt?
Yes.
You ready to hit 12?
Yeah, yeah.
Ask another
Okay.
question.
That in my head, but not physically. If I hit him, I'd probably get shot. That's what I said.
You were ready to hit 12 in your head.
I mean, I asked somebody got a knife, and he said it's not like that. He said, no, 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 it's not like that.
You were ready to hit 12. Correct.
Yes, no, I don't
Yes.
remember, I don't know.
Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't
No,
know.
no, don't do that. It's either yes or no, or I don't recall.
Yes. Yeah, yes.
Now, you said on January 28th and 29th, when asked about your relationship with Ills, that up until the incident, you had no animosity towards Ills, correct?
No.
Meaning,
Wait,
you had no animosity.
Your Honor, can we request that no questions are being asked, double negatives? Unintended.
A lot of lawyers do it, it happens, try not, if you expect the answer to be no, then don't say, is that correct? Because if you say yes,
Right,
then,
right.
all right.
So you had no animosity for Ills.
I mean, we're brothers, we all argue, so I don't know, like, but at the time, before, no.
And at the time, on November 6, 2021, according to you, up until the incident, your relationship with Ills was very good.
It was.
Yet, when you spoke about your relationship with Ills in a deputy district attorney angle, a little over 2 years ago, in 2022, you said that Ills hates me and I hate him. Right?
Yeah.
So you just told the story your relationship with Ills was very
You're
good.
not letting me explain why. If you
Oh,
want
so
to-
why not? So,
Okay, so after he chose a side, everybody hated me. So obviously, I'm gonna tell the deputy district attorney, I do not like him. Literally everybody. What I'm supposed to like to do?
You were being asked, Mr. Efron, about the days leading up to November 6, 2021. You said on November 6, 2021, Ills hated you.
No, no, that's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true. I mean, you can just pull me into those
Don't talk,
conversations.
there's no question asked, you just wait for the next question.
Question by the district attorney this year, reported interview on October 2022. When you guys walk down the street, there's kind of like, then you interrupt and answer, and see the only person who I feel like even, and he hates me, and I hate him, is Elijah.
Right, you said it. Reread it.
Reread it?
Yeah, reread it.
No, don't, you cannot, do not tell Mr. Tacopina what to do. His job is to ask you questions, your job is to answer questions.
Anyway. to that second incident on Vista Del Mar, 1616 Vista Del Mar. That physical altercation lasted about 25 seconds according to the video. Is that all right? Would you agree?
The initial,
The second.
no, I didn't.
Okay, let's play the video. 25 seconds.
Exhibit A,
Pardon, Nora? Oh, exhibit,
it's
yeah.
on, which exhibit is it?
N.
N is it Nora?
Right. No, there's no.
Is there a timestamp on this? Wait, it's gone.
We lost our feed up here.
Yeah. Okay, so
This timestamp.
you gotta start at, it didn't start at 0.
Sorry, zero.
It started at
Starts at
about
20.
6 seconds.
2217 is where it starts.
0 to,
2217.00 to 2217.26. That's 26 seconds. Go ahead. So that incident lasted about 26 seconds. We agree with that based on what you just saw, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you yourself can't make out the activity on that video, right?
Yeah, okay.
You can.
Yeah.
Well, you met with the detectives in December of 2021, only a few weeks after the incident. And you watched that video. And when you watched that video with Detective Flores and Detective Menifee, what you said was, you can't make out the activity because it's so crazy. You don't remember having that?
No,
Okay.
no.
Well, here's the thing. That was videotaped that interview, so we're gonna play you a snippet of your interview. We're gonna start with 4 minutes and 36 seconds, go to 4 minutes and 48 seconds. This is,
is this a new exhibit?
it is.
Oh,
And can I say something?
no, this is O as an ocean.
Okay. We're.
Is there a transcript of this?
There's no transcript, it's one. Is there a transcript?
There has to be a
There
transcript.
is transcript.
The transcript will be P as in Paul.
And we are just for the record, I'm just gonna read what's on the screen.
Your Honor, for clarification, is the question being asked, can you tell what's going on by watching the video? Or is the question, does he know what's going on by watching the video because he was part of the incident? It's unclear what he's being asked.
That's what neither of those questions, that's what I asked. And again,
Both of you stop. Is there a transcript?
would you like me to respond?
Is there a transcript? Of the portion you're gonna play?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Al, can you distribute the transcript?
Your Honor, we have a transcript that we can put on the computer side by side. We have a transcript, a digital copy we can put on the computer screen next to the video that's fine. But we don't have copies.
I think there's a little bit for it. We're happy to, I think we have.
All right, can you just show me what you're talking?
Your Honor, I have it as well. I'm offering to the defense if they want to use
That's
that.
fine, we're,
All right, if both of you are agreed, then I'm fine.
well, yeah, let's see where we are here.
I am asking the question to clarify.
I don't remember what the question was.
I'll do it again in a second.
All right.
Just do this first, please.
Yes.
We're only playing a portion of this.
All right.
So,
The portion that you're gonna play is O. Part of the transcript that you're gonna show is P.
we're gonna use, we're only using one portion. So, I'll okay. So, here's the question again. Do you recall saying, one question, while watching this videotape with Detective Flores and Detective Manafee, that you couldn't make out the activity because it's so crazy? You recall saying that?
No.
Okay, let's tell you that. You need the transcript of that. It's the whole thing.
No, I don't think so, because it's
It's
prior
fine.
inconsistent statement, so you
That's
don't
it.
need, go
That's
ahead.
it. Only 12 seconds. Go
All
ahead.
right.
You give it back to me? I play overtime. So Rocky.
I still can't make out the activity because it's so crazy, but it's.
Yeah, because it's grainy. That was the first time they ever showed it to me. I'm pretty sure everybody who sees it 2 or 3 times, they can make it out. After that, that was the first time I ever seen it.
Okay. So you do recall saying that now?
I mean, that's right there.
Okay, all right. And it's your story that you were actually injured after Rocky fired the first time.
We're gonna object to the word story as argumentative.
Your testimony,
Sustained.
your
Just a
testimony.
minute, since O and P are not being, it was admitted through, as a prior inconsistent statement.
That's all.
O is no longer the video, and P is no longer the transcript. So if you have your next exhibit would be O.
Thank you. Okay. It's your testimony that you were actually injured after Rocky fired the first time.
Correct.
In fact, you testified that you were definitely hit. There's no question, you were hit, right?
I was grazed.
Okay, how?
I guess when he first shot, like my knuckle, I felt like my knuckle get hit.
How?
I guess whatever was left from the bullet or the floor, whatever, I don't know. I don't know. I can't see, I just know the man shot, my hand was hot, grabbed a lot of it.
Counsel is, the witness testifying,
Is that yet another speaking objection?
counsel is saying, we have argument and comment on the court's hearing, I'm here in the jury's hearing. That's one question to ask.
Ask the question.
Yeah.
Ask the question again.
There's the answer to the question, just ask the counsel not to editorialize. And as if
Neither of you, no one is supposed to editorialize. I didn't, to be honest, I did not notice O.
I didn't say oh. Anyway, all right. So you just told this jury that you were grazed either by a fragment of the bullet or the floor, correct?
From shooting at the floor and then coming up, I guess.
Yes.
I mean, I was hit and I ran to Elijah. I don't, like, it wasn't in slow motion, I don't really get shot at. I'm really trying to.
I know, but I'm trying to understand your testimony. Were you hit Would you not know?
I just said I was grazed.
I understand.
You just said it 2 times.
I understand. But do you know what you were grazed by? I want to make sure I understand your testimony.
I don't know what I was
You don't know
grazed
what
by.
you were grazed by. Could have been the floor, could have been shell casing, could have been anything.
No, it wasn't. What you mean the shell casing? Only was when he shot the gun, I instantly felt my hand. So I'm assuming something had happened in between that time of me running to Elijah. I didn't have a hole in me. I didn't have other
My boy.
physical harm.
My boy. Wrong answer.
When you first reported this incident, you said that you believed you were grazed on your left hand.
Yeah, I always said that.
Believe, correct.
Yeah, I always said that.
And to be clear, 3 of your knuckles were scratched, right?
Yes.
We put up people 17.
You don't know. You assume, but when it happened, you felt your knuckles. Got it. And yes, Sonya, here comes the Zoom.
That's your entire injury from that night, correct?
I don't know if it's from that night.
What?
Timestamps.
I'm sorry. You don't
You
know
not
that.
hear me? I took many different pictures. You're not showing me the timestamps, and you said from that night.
Who took that picture, sir?
Obviously me, but you said from that night. You're not showing me the time.
Sir, no.
Let's back up for a second. Did you do that to your knuckles on another night also?
No. No.
Is that the only time that night, November 6, 2021? Is that the only time your knuckles was grazed like that or scraped like that?
Correct.
Objection to the word scrape that misstates the evidence and lacks foundation. Question is also compounded when it is asked.
Injured.
That's the only time your knuckles were ever injured. Like
Yeah, after the shooting, yes.
So what do you mean you don't know if it's from that night?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so,
You're not talking clear. You're not like explaining it to
All right,
me.
stop it.
no, I'm not.
Ask another question.
So anyway, Mr. Efron, according to you, that's the entirety of the injuries from you being shot on November 6, 2021. Yes or no?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Is it
yes,
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 yes?
yes, yes.
And I'm not sure, that third little knuckle down there, is that also?
That's what I'm saying. If you're a ballistic person, you know how it goes. I don't know. And from what I know, Trump got hit in the ear.
All right,
He got a little graze.
stop. Mr. Efron said this was the extent of his injury resulting from that.
I have one question I'm trying to answer. That third knuckle that you see there, is that a scrape on there? Is that a graze? Is that a cut, or is that nothing?
I just told you, Tacopino, the man.
Wait, hold on. It's Mr. Tacopino.
Mr.
You don't call, he's not calling you Efron. You're Mr. Efron, he's Mr. Tacopino. Yes?
Yes. What's the question here?
Is that third knuckle, the one furthest from the bottom of the picture that you took, is that also grazed or not?
I mean, they all are.
Including the fourth knuckle?
What's the fourth knuckle? It's only 3.
You want to see 3 knuckles in that picture?
Yeah, at this point, it's argument.
Train wreck. It's a train wreck, Lewin.
So, now, you did not get that injury from punching, right?
Your Honor, you can object the answer because of the double negative. You have no idea what the answer means.
True. Ask the question.
Did you
Don't
get that
say, is
injury?
that correct or is that right?
Did you get that injury from punching?
Of course not.
No, you never punched Bills.
Never, ever did I punch Hills. Ever.
And your proof of that was, this is People's Exhibit 18, Your Honor.
The question is already argumentative. Overruled.
You
The question hasn't been asked yet.
you provided this picture to the district attorney, correct?
I did.
Okay. And what you said that shows is Bill's face,
Yeah, you can see how I did his face.
half his face.
Yeah, but you said I beat him up, went back and beat him up some more.
I didn't say it.
Oh, you did the first day. You definitely said I came back and beat him up some more, or something like that.
I said it.
Oh, you did.
No. Ask a question.
So in that picture, you see half of Bill's face, right?
You do.
So if he had like, I don't know, a bruise on his lower left part of his jaw, you wouldn't see it in that picture, right? Right?
What's the question? I don't even know what I'm answering.
You see half his face. Make this simple. You see half of Bill's face in that picture you provided.
You see about 75%.
Not 75%. See 75% Bill's face in that picture. The other portion of his face, you don't know if there's a bruise or anything else on there, do you?
No, but you said I beat him up. I came back and beat him up. I'm 60.
The
I'm
answer
just a
no.
big guy.
Is the answer no? The answer was no. Everything else is strict. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, you did say, Mr. Prezlonik, when you were talking about this, there was also a video that showed his entire face, right?
I think this was a screen recording. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't record. It's kind of tripping me up right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Prezlonik was asking about this exhibit, this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him, do you recall telling him in front of this jury that there was also a video?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That showed his entire face?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you have a picture of that?
No, I took a screenshot of this. I didn't even know it was worth anything. I just was mad that I seen them all together. I just took a picture.
Or you didn't take a picture of it?
I didn't screen record the actual thing.
Despite claiming you were grazed by maybe a bullet on November 6, 2021, there were no burn marks on your skin, correct, Mr. Efron?
That's gonna call for us.
I'm not an expert, so I wouldn't know. I know I was injured.
The answer is I don't know. Go on, something.
You don't know if there are burn marks on the skin. I want you to clear that during, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, because of this injury, you went to Metropolitan Hospital in New York,
I didn't.
and you went to that hospital for the scrapes on your knuckles.
I didn't.
Objection to the word, objection to the word scrapes. This states the evidence. It's argumentative.
The injuries.
With injuries on your knuckles. And you said I did, correct?
Correct.
You didn't seek medical attention until you returned to New York from Los Angeles days later.
It wasn't days, it was 2 days later. And I didn't trust LA. I didn't trust nothing. That's why I got a lawyer and did everything I did.
You didn't trust LA?
I didn't trust nobody. Nobody.
Where was your
Nobody.
lawyer from?
He's from LA, but that's where it happened at.
Where was the police?
Objection.
All right, Mr. Takapina, this is going off on a tangent that doesn't need to be traveled on.
Anyway,
Go ahead and ask another question.
so you waited to fly all the way across country before receiving medical attention, right?
I had my hand in rabbit right after that.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
In fact, you only decided to get treatment after Detective Menifee told you during a phone call on November 9th that you need to get medical attention, medically treated because of the type of case this is. You remember her saying that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember her saying that?
Whatever she said, that's on her. Has nothing to do with me.
And after speaking, do you remember speaking to the police on November 9th, 2021?
I don't.
Before you went to the hospital?
What was I talking about? Before I went to the hospital?
We'll stipulate that there was a phone call between the defendant and the police on that date of November 9th. I'm sorry, my mistake, with Mr. Relli, with Mr. Rapron and the police on that date. So stipulated, you're welcome.
Before I went to the
There's no question being asked, so you wait for the question. Go ahead.
So anyway, after this phone call, you went to the hospital that same day, right?
after what phone call,
The one that you just heard the stipulation, the phone call, please.
I don't remember.
Okay. And the doctors, you have the hospital. The doctors told you you were grazed by a bullet. I'm sorry, good one. You told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet, right?
I mean, that's what happened. Yes.
My question was, you told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet.
What else I'm supposed to tell them?
You want to be on that, I guess, right?
I mean, what else I'm supposed to tell them? Yes.
Yes.
I told them that,
Yes.
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 Yes, okay. And you didn't lie to the hospital staff about anything when you spoke to them, did you?
That question.
Overruled.
What does that even mean?
Did you tell any lies to any of the
No.
hospital staff?
No.
You were asked by the hospital staff, in the last year, how frequently have you used drugs?
Checks are relevant,
Sustained.
it's
Objection
352.
sustained.
Please advise the jury, Your Honor.
There's to be no mention of drugs. Ask another question.
Okay. You were admitted to the hospital at 9:06 p.m. on November 9th, 2021. You know that, or do you recall that?
Is there, do you remember that?
You gotta say it again.
Sure. Okay. So we have a stipulation, Your Honor. Mr. Efron, you were admitted into the hospital on November 9th at 9:06 p.m. You were discharged from the hospital that same day at 10:42 p.m. So that's 1 hour and 36 minutes for gunshot.
Yeah, that's 2 days later after that, so yeah.
And the doctors at the hospital considered your injury to be superficial.
That's gonna fall.
Sustained, sustained. Seriously.
Do you remember being asked? In your direct testimony, Mr. Zlomek asked you on January 29th, how did you know it was a real gun? Age 39. Yeah, do it.
Take a swig of water.
January 29th, when you trial here with this injury, Mr. Zlomek asked you, how did you know it was a real gun? And you answered, you were hit. And that you were grazed. That's how you knew it was a real gun. You recall giving that answer to Mr. Zlomek's question.
I guess so, yes.
When asked by Mr. Brazone if how'd you know it was a real gun, you only mentioned because you were hit and you were grazed. Did you leave anything out?
I didn't know I need to say anything else.
Question is.
Overall.
You didn't mention shell casings, did you?
What else?
Well, how'd you know it was a real gun? You recovered shell casings according to you, right?
Yeah, I did.
That wasn't one of the reasons you knew it was a real gun.
Yeah,
Oh, you get to say that when he asked you?
no, just didn't ask a lot of stuff, tired, all the time.
Okay. On November 8th, 2021, you provided two 9mm Luger steel casings to law enforcement.
I did.
It's your testimony that you located those casings at the scene where you say you were shot.
I did.
Now, you recall the testimony that you gave at this trial on January 29th, when Mr. Brazone showed you the video of roughly 52 minutes later, at 11:10 and 31 seconds of an single individual walking back to the scene, almost an hour after the incident. And you said, yeah, that's me, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying that?
I remember, but it was only 2 seconds that he showed me, and then instantly I said it wasn't me.
And then you
It
said,
wasn't.
Mr. Brazone asked you, well, your clothes are different, and you said, your trial to the jury, I changed my clothes, I probably changed my clothes. You know what I'm saying that to the jury?
It was confusing, but it definitely wasn't me. It was confusing. I didn't understand the contents of it, but
I was in asking questions.
I mean, if we keep rolling the video, we'll just see me.
What he's asking is that what you said the other day?
Yeah, I guess.
And, I'll get to your last answer about seeing you, but, remember Mr. Brazone then read you from the preliminary hearing, the question and answer by Mr. Brazone, where you said, on page 127, where finally came around to say, it's not me. Remember that when he read you that 2 days ago?
I just don't understand that.
Argumentative
Like,
words,
just
why
don't
we
understand.
came around, it's an argumentative question.
Do you remember, I'll phrase it wrong, I'll rephrase that. Do you remember at the preliminary hearing?
Right, question with Ron, re-ask.
Sure. Do you remember when Mr. Brazone read you your preliminary hearing testimony after you said that you were sure it was you and that you probably changed your clothes?
I wasn't sure, but
You told the jury, brother.
I mean, it was a 2-second video. I needed more.
He read you a portion where you said, no, that's not me. Do you recall that? In the preliminary hearing, when Mr. Brazone read that to you 2 days ago?
When I actually seen the rest of the video,
It's not, listen to what he's asking.
I don't get it. I'm confused.
Remember Mr. Brazone asking you 2 days ago, after reading your preliminary hearing testimony, a question and answer where you said, no, that's not me. In regards to that video?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go back one page before that. When I asked you this question. Page 126, lines 18 to 20 from the preliminary hearing. Looking at that same video that you told us. Yes, sir.
126.
Lines 18 to 20. Looking at that same video, you initially told this jury that you were sure it was you. My question was,
Well,
question,
that is, the question misstates the testimony of, and you said, I'm sure that's me.
exactly what he said, on the transcript.
Would also be.
Don't, no speaking objection.
I'm giving a
Give me-
second.
No, give me the page line, please.
Of the preliminary or the transcript?
Oh.
Trial transcript, right here, page 60, was that 68?
I thought your question asking you about what it said at the preliminary hearing.
I was, sir, I gave you that, but I was just told.
Right, I'm asking you to repeat it.
Oh, okay,
What page and what line?
120.
What preliminary hearing?
yeah, 126, 18 to 20.
It said walking. The walking is a big handle.
All right, that can be read to them.
But there was an objection when I asked the question that you said to the jury that he was sure it was him at the trial. So what I'd like to do now is read, Your Honor, read.
Well, then you got to read 18 through 21,
Then I'm
22.
Then I'm talking about the preliminary, the trial.
Oh, I don't have.
So
I don't have
I
the transcript.
got it. So listen, I'm first gonna do what I just said I was gonna do, which is read the preliminary hearing transcript. The day before, the page before, page Mr. Brazil put it. Question, November 2023. Do you see yourself entering the screen, Mr. Efron? Again, looking at that video with that single individual at 11:10, 31 seconds. Answer, yeah. So at the preliminary hearing, like in front of this jury, when you first saw that video, you said that was you.
Because I went back, it's a tricky question, so I'm going back and you show me.
Did you say initially that was you?
I probably did, but.
All right, that's enough.
Now, at the trial, I just want to make sure I wasn't misquoting you. On page 68, line 7 through 14. I have agreed with you guys. Sure. So I asked you a question. I said, have you told the jury you were sure it was you? And I was objecting. So I'm gonna clear this up. Page 68 of the trial transcript.
Proper question with comments.
There's no question pending. Go ahead and read the
Page
question.
68, line 7 to line 14.
Stop it.
He's telling the jury.
Stop it. I don't want you to be.
It's not appropriate. You can't say
Stop
it.
it. Mr. Cooler, stop it.
Taking a break.
Page
Mr.
68.
Takakina, just ask questions. Don't preface it with any remarks or comments.
Page 68, line 7 to 14. Mr. Brazil asked you at this trial, or this jury, can you see what looks like an individual person walking just off the curb now into the street? Answered by you. Do then. Yeah, that's me for sure. Court, keep your voice up. Witness, yeah, that's me. Mr. Brazil, are you sure that's you? Answer, yeah, I'm sure. You remember giving that trial testimony 2 days ago, Gregory?
Yeah, sure.
Now, you testified that you went back to the scene with your girlfriend, Lydia Parker. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at this photo and tell us if this is Miss Parker. Or should we-
Oh, are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Are you kidding?
Just
me?
don't show it to anybody, just bring it up.
Here they go again. Here they go again. They are not freaking stopped. But really is the cause of this. The way that he's testifying is the reason why they keep getting into it. The state is trying to play cleanup so bad to try and mitigate some of the damage that he's doing. But it's just backfiring because it's just turning into an argument. Literally. They're going back and forth over nothing, in my opinion. In my opinion. Now, I don't know what Joe just pulled out. It relates to Miss Parker, but Miss Parker is the girlfriend who they say she be walking the green mile for the boys. So I don't know what he just pulled out though. So I guess we're gonna have to see what happened. They did get permission to show the seal. So we actually shouldn't even cut the camera actually off. So I'm expecting them to just show the seal. Up there it goes. It's back. So yeah. A couple updates from folks inside of the courtroom. So we've got Rihanna is there. Sounds like she Rihanna is there. Sounds like she got there a little late.
Go ahead, Steve. Yeah.
Mr. Mr. Efron, is this Miss Parker? You don't know if that's your girlfriend?
I don't know.
You don't think it would be a yes or no? That is my girlfriend or not?
She got makeup on.
Your Honor, objection relevant to 352 on this issue.
He says he doesn't know. Go on to something else.
Wow.
You claim that she saw you recover the shell casing, right?
When was this? No,
November
the question.
2021. On November 6,
Was
2021.
you a kid?
On November 6, 2021, you claim she saw you recover the shell casing, right?
You recovered the shell case.
She was there.
Was she there with you?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
About how far from you do you think she was when
She
she
was
took the
looking
shell
for it
case?
too. She was looking as well.
How far was she from you?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was 3
Closer
years
than
ago.
you and I are, or further away than you?
I think 2
Approximately.
people or something. She was close.
Closer than you and I? Or about the same, or farther?
Further is like, we're looking in a vast area, but she came.
The time when you actually saw the shell casing?
Oh yeah, she was
Pick them up. Where was she?
She was in about me. She was about me. Like when I was taking a picture.
She was right there next to you?
Yes.
Thank you. So based on that answer, she should be seen with you in the surveillance video, correct?
Your Honor, that assumes in fact, not
Sustained.
evidence that there is surveillance video of that.
Sustained.
Have you seen, right?
Well, I don't know, I gotta think back, I
Hold on,
gotta
hold on.
really think back to that second, because she probably was looking in the parking lot or looking off to the side, or looking like, just don't remember that right there. I know I went back, got the bullets, but she was with me. I don't know where she was at while I was looking for it.
Okay. So she may not have been seen on surveillance video?
I don't know.
That, Your Honor, that assumes background evidence.
Has the surveillance video been admitted yet?
Your Honor, may we approach the
No.
explanation?
Has the surveillance video been admitted?
It's equals 15 here.
It's not the entire, we need to approach, Your Honor, on
Let me
this
talk
issue.
to you.
So we do, so that.
All right, okay. All right. Tell you what,
It's crazy in these streets out here because now the judge, they're asking him about his proximity to his girlfriend because, you know, he alleges that the girlfriend took the girlfriend with him after they stopped at Dunkin' Donuts to go and find the freaking bullets. So like a normal person would think she would be on the camera footage. So it sounds like they're about to squabble it out about the admission of the video footage where she is not seen on camera with him when he goes back to collect these bullets. Now, I don't know if she's on there or not. Can't tell you if she's on there or not. But what I will tell you is that really telling lie after lie after lie. Okay, he didn't realize where they were going. he didn't realize where they were going when they were asking him about where the girlfriend was and how close that she was to him. And so once he figured it out, because yeah, I think he's an airhead too. Once he figured it out, oh, the video, oh, she wasn't really by me. She was kind of on the other side. I really don't know where she was. But this is all after him putting up such a fight with Mr. Takapina. Let me call him Mr. too before the judge get on me. Mr. Takapina, that the judge had to be the person to ask him, how far away was she? How close was she? Is she closer than you and I or not? Like giving us the ability to paint the picture in our minds on how close they are together and where they would be. And then Takapina bringing up the video. So the man just keeps sitting on this stand, digging himself into bigger and bigger and bigger holes. If the state has done nothing, if the defense has done nothing right, they've killed his credibility. Him as a witness is not great right now. It's not great at all. And y'all know what I like to say. Free the jury. Because what are we doing here, sir? Sir, why are we here? Why are we here? Let's see if we can get us some in-court commentary. Let me jump over to I'm Not a Lawyer But Mel's page and see if she has anything. Relli, from what I know, Trump got hit in the ear. He got grazed. Mel, I don't know what's happening either. I have confidence. Oh, that's her regular thing, and I love it. I read it every time. I have confidence, but I want audacity. I do too, girl. I really do. Let's go see what Megan has posted out here. So previous day, Rihanna was seated. Okay, we want to hear about the court. Rihanna, we love her, but we're trying to get some court exclusive. She doesn't really have anything up here either. Let me jump.
No mention of drug use, period. So the Takapina heard it. You shouldn't ask the question. You should not have asked.
Put the audio back off. I'm gonna jump over here to the Black Letter Law, who's doing a fantastic freaking job in the courtroom. Relli to Takapina. What is you, a kid? Relli said Parker went with him after the shooting, the second location, and she was next to him while he was taking the pictures of the cases. I forgot about that. He later said he can't really describe exactly where she was when he was taking the pictures, but she was with him. Or where she was when he was taking the pictures, but she was with him that night. Yep. I forgot about the picture line. I forgot all about that one. Another something interesting that was said was Takapina played the blurry video from the second altercation on the Vista Del Mar, the drive, when the shooting occurred. He asked Relli if he could tell what's happening, and Relli said he could. Takapina challenged that. He said Relli met with detectives in December of 2021. And during this meeting, Relli supposedly said he could not make out what was taking place in the video. Takapina is about to roll the videotape, and I think that's kind of what we got there. So let's see. These are just recaps of which I want to say Black Letter Law is a female, but I'm gonna just say what they, because I don't want to get them wrong for now. But that's just what they said. He absolutely minimized the damage to Relli. Like talking about the hand, oh, you scraped it. Okay, but you went to the hospital and you told them what you did. You told them you were grazed. You didn't you told them was grazed. They didn't tell you. Oh, he is a male. Okay, thank you, CB. The Black Letter Law is a male, so he's done a fantastic job with that. I love just like the odd things, because the ones that we aren't necessarily seeing in here. But yeah, he's killed his credibility. His credibility is over. Yeah. Okay, wait a minute. It says we are on break. The attorneys are still in the courtroom fighting and casting it up about drug use. Also, the DA said the picture Taco showed Relli has one purpose, and that was to enrage the witness or prejudice the jury. And that if he tried to do it, he would probably be reported to the bar. Taco just yelled, "She's a prostitute," and stop protecting her. Is that on the video? We shall see, y'all. We shall see. One feed says we are on a short break. The other feed says coming back at 1:30. I'm gonna need for Court TV to cut the sound off on it. Nobody trying to hear raindrops, boo. You trying to put us to sleep? Oh, somebody likes the sound of rain. Shay, he definitely punched Ills. He definitely punched Ills. Tacopina. I know Columbus. I mean CB. I just Tacopina. We call him Taco. I say Tacopina just because y'all know my phonics is off, but wait, so he likely hired someone off the street to pretend she is his girlfriend? No, Ali, the girlfriend is he pimping. They say he a PIMP out here, and the girlfriend is walking the green mile. Yes, the girlfriend is supposed to be walking the green mile. That's what she do. People are hilarious. People are. All right, y'all. I actually want to read here some of this testimony. So, would y'all mind re-listening, or what's up with y'all? What y'all feeling? What y'all feeling today, Taylor Gang? Because y'all know I'm pretty confident that they're about to go to lunch, and y'all know after lunch I gotta go pick up my children. So I am more than happy to run some of this testimony back, and we can dissect it. We can dissect it. There's a whole lot going on. Oh no, he making your head hurt, Tyler. He's stressing me out too. He is stressing me out. But when CB got in the chat and said, what did CB say? When CB say he not taking your testimony, when CB say he not taking the witness's testimony, you know it's bad. Because CB ain't gonna do nothing but follow the evidence, and you the victim. CB listening with the widest open, clearest ears ever. He told Beta, "I'm not considering this guy's testimony as part of this case. He continues to be non-responsive to Joe's questions, and the judge does nothing about it. If I was Joe, I would call for a mistrial. Somebody need to call for a mistrial, because the way, he's purposefully doing it. He's literally like, a question gets asked, he pretends like he doesn't know what it is, or he goes off on a tangent, or he just doesn't say anything and then be like, what you saying? Can you say it again?" Somebody in the comments said, is he an airhead? Or is he really that slow? Relli's people need to tell him that he does not look credible. He looks like a liar. My question to y'all is, do y'all think that his civil defense attorneys are going to want to stay on his case after his testimony? Or do y'all think they're going to see it out? Because honestly, the wounds and the motive don't matter. If Rocky did it and they feel like the state has presented enough evidence to say that he did it, he could be found guilty of the 2 felony assaults, which would give merit to his civil suit, but his testimony from this case can be used in that suit. So, what do y'all think? Relli is a narcissist. He thinks he's smarter than everybody in the room. Absolutely. Oh my God. Yes, he would. Especially after acting like he didn't know who his girl was, talking about she had on makeup. I instantly thought about that case over in China where the woman was wearing makeup all the time. And the man had never seen her without a full face of makeup on, and they had a baby, and the baby was in pre, and he sued his wife. Because he basically said he didn't really know who she was. He thought he was in love with this beautiful woman, but the whole time she was painting a face. She had a face painted on. And here's Relli on the stand saying that he don't know if that's his girlfriend or not because they got on makeup. Child. Okay. We calling Relli DJ Fake Hustle and No Flow. Beta says that she wouldn't. If she was his civil suit attorney, she would not want to continue to stay on his case. If Relli signed an agreement with them, they can just walk. Can they just walk away? Ben and Camille? I don't know, Shay. I don't know. Angel says no. She says no. I just tagged you in the post. Okay. I think they will stay only if he wins this. If he loses this, I think they lose it all. All right, let me see what you tagged me in. It's none of my business. All right, so we're going to read this. The boys are fighting. Lewin, this prop gun garbage. Taco just leans over and shouts at the DA and points with his 2 fingers. Rocky steps in between them wearing some sort of cream vintage blazer jacket situation because you know our boy got style. He got swag, okay? Lewin, time for more steroids. Go to the Durst house again. Y'all, it is serious in this courtroom. It's 30 million is a lot of money. It's a hell of a lot of money. A hell of a lot of it. It is not guaranteed. You're right about that, baby. Stand out business, girl. It says this was intense. Everybody needs a spanking and a 1-hour session. This is crazy. Dismiss this case ASAP. The prosecution's whole case, star witness, is a whole lie. The guy has perjured himself 1,000 times already. I would give my life savings to see this. People are out here really going ham on it. Like, this crazy. Free the jury. Hey, if I don't tell you nothing else, free the jury. It just keeps getting better and better. So Megan also commented on the altercation. I mean, y'all, I love Rihanna, but I don't really need to know what she's doing every 5 seconds. Oh, Rihanna just walked out the courtroom down the hall with security. She a regular person. Mel said fireworks. Look. Mel said fireworks. These folks are hilarious. I love how all of the YSL trial watchers who are watching this trial are calling out Relli, saying he wants to be Woody so bad. But the post I'm reading says Woody outsmarted the detectives, the DA, and the DAs. Everybody can see Relli is full of shit. Which is crazy. Takapina, did you tell people you were a millionaire? Yes, no, I don't know. Takapina, pick one for the jury. Takapina, I don't know. His name Takapina from here on out. Let's see. I think that's all we did. I think that's all. All right, y'all. I'm not seeing nothing else pop up that's new. Okay, y'all. All right, so Megan acts like a groupie when it comes to Riri. Stevie, he can never. That was his question earlier. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, I missed some of the comments, so I'm gonna back up and go down. Let's see. Even with him acting a fool, I wouldn't either buy real. They all crashing out. I agree with that statement. No, he didn't. Steroids. Okay, because Takapina is built up at the top, just like an Italian man. It's the walk. The way that he walks, he like glides across the room. And like his shoulders or his wings catching the earth. Like he just he glides across the room. I don't understand why his top-rated attorney Ben Chu don't sit that fool down and tell him he's sabotaging his civil suit. If Rocky is found innocent, there is no civil suit. There is not one. I think they're going to see if the paycheck gonna come by the hair of Relli's chinny chin chin. Sonya is hilarious, y'all. 30 mil going into Riri money. That's it. That's all. He could never. And Jen Wynn, thanks CB, y'all. I'm loving the energy today. Everybody's getting along. CB and Jeannie been getting along today. I kid, y'all. KT is laughing because it is hilarious. It is extremely funny. But it's almost, but I want some decorum though. Like I need us to get through some testimony the proper way. I need us to be able to truly dissect some of this evidence. I feel like some of the antics are kind of getting us off track. But I ain't never gonna turn down a good show. I don't care what you say, and it's free. I ain't gonna never turn down a good show. If I was his civil suit attorney, I'm quitting immediately. Get somebody else to do it. The judge needs to put his foot down for real. I agree. Because at this really need to be held in contempt. You are a witness. You are testifying. You do not get to ask the prosecutor or the defense attorney questions. You don't. You do not get to control the narrative. It is yes, no. Like when he was talking and the judge was telling him like your answers are going to be yes, no, you don't know, or you don't recall. And he started like speaking over him, saying it. And the judge had to tell him again, no. At that point, he got more patience. He got too much patience. He got way too much patience because I'd have lost my shit right then and there. and told him, Relli, bailiff, come on and get him. All right, State, you got another witness to call? Because we're gonna come back to him. Taylor, I get along with CV. I know you do. I'm just poking fun. He does not get to ask questions. If Glanville was over this, they'd have broke after the first squabble. That's what the judge called it, squabble. We would have broke after that first squabble. Yeah, call it Taco Bro. Like, and charged with perjury because the amount of lies the man has concocted. It's like he's like a habitual liar, and it's like even with you. Oh, excuse me. Even with you, being on the stand and being impeached, it's like you have no. He don't have no shame about telling the lies. He just gonna keep spitting them out and spitting them out and spitting them out. It looks so bad. It looks terrible. But when Taco put that injury picture up there and started minimizing it and giving up different explanations as to why he could have or how he could have gotten those scars, really, I think that really was shaking up and down. He was shook. Relli is totally trying to control the narrative of this case, and the judge needs to check his. Paige would have kicked him out and said, "You can't even testify." We have seen her do that. We have seen her do that. The judge gonna need an emotional support dog after this case. Absolutely. Serious question. Why do y'all think Relli keeps pulling at his shirt and scratching a little? Nerves. The funny thing about me reading it and then anyway. I do think that he's nervous. I think he's sweating, and I think that he has a liar's scratch. Like right before he started lying, he scratched. Like he gets that itch. The liar's itch. But I think Joe did a good job today. I think he did fantastic and showed that Relli is a liar, and he definitely knew that they was meeting up to go fight because he definitely texted Rocky on some hip rah because you overheard their conversation and you met up with him to go fight, and you was not scared of after the fact that he pulled that gun on you. You said it 2 times before that you weren't scared, and now all of a sudden. You in this courtroom today, and you were mad, you were upset. You might have been scared of the knife, but you wasn't really scared of the knife because he had pulled it out and put it away. What I find interesting too is that he claims that underneath that pavilion, when Rocky pulls that gun out, he claims that he aimed it at his stomach, chest, and head. And I'm just trying to figure out when did Rocky's arm move up, because when I see him pull the gun out, like his arm stayed down, and then he kind of comes back and then tucked it in. Like I never seen him aim it at him at that point. He just kind of pulled it out. So when we talk about the charge of the assault, when you say brandishing, I wonder if it's going to read, because y'all know I'm not a law student. I'm not a lawyer. I've never sat for anybody's bar. But I wonder, even just pulling the gun out, not necessarily aiming it at him, does that constitute brandishing? Excuse me. If it doesn't, if he actually has to like aim the weapon at him, I think that he has a chance of beating that charge. I think he has a chance, but you can't necessarily see if he really does it or not either, because the view is blocked, right? And so it's going to be up to the jury, whoever's watching that video, to really determine what's kind of happening outside of the view. But here's my other concern though. I feel like if people are walking down the street, right, and you see guys tussling, arguing. I'm pretty sure the way Relli's talking, they was cussing and yelling like sailors and yelling louder than the cheerleader. And if you see one of those people pull out a gun, you're probably going to call the police. If you see somebody pull out a gun and aim it at somebody while you're walking down the street, I can't fathom somebody not calling the police, because a sidewalk is only so big. A parking garage is only so big. Like, and anytime something happens, people are going to look. Like, we nosy. That's what we do. We're nosy folks. So I have a hard time believing that he actually pulled out the gun and aimed it at him for that reason, right? And this is just my speculation and review of the videotape and some of the facts that have come out. Now, when we get to the point about the shooting, the video is so blurry, we don't know. Only thing that we know is that Rocky has something that resembles a gun, and a couple shots was fired. If those shots were truly fired at him, we don't know. We don't know if they were warning shots or anything. And this is also why I don't like the prop gun defense, because if Rocky is licensed to carry, he's licensed to carry. And if he felt that Ills was in danger or 12 was in danger, he could let off a warning shot and be justified to do so. Because if he felt that anybody else was in, he himself or anybody else is in danger, he has the right to use force. So it kind of like, I'm torn right now because I feel like I need a little bit more. And maybe it's the fact that we haven't gotten to the other guy's testimony to kind of give a better account of events, because right now we just have Taco's version and Relli's 18 versions in the video of what happened. And that's just me on the soapbox. Who desperately needs to go get something to drink. Especially in Hollywood. Yeah. Y'all in Hollywood. Yeah. I just don't see how that could have occurred. I don't see how. I'm not sure if they were shots, because I couldn't tell in the video if someone was shooting at a gun at the time we heard the alleged shots. And I think he did have 18 version. And Jen, that's the thing too. That's why I want the video played. I think it's unfortunate that they were able to enhance that video, give a zoomed in view of that video, but the sound didn't come with it. And I feel like you need the sound with that video to talk, to truly analyze when the shots are fired and how everybody is responding. Because I will tell you that Barty does run off. He's in the red jacket. He does run off to the side. So I'm not sure if he's running off to the side because he's just a punk and he don't want to get in the fight, or if he's running off to the side because shots have been fired. People run from fights all the time. People be out here ducking red. So I feel like we need the sound with that video. I really do. I really do. Also found it interesting. He told the police officers, he told the medical staff that he was grazed by a bullet. He didn't let them diagnose him. He went in there and said, "Yeah, I got grazed," and that's what they put on the paperwork. But had he, wait a minute, let's back up, because I actually want y'all to look at him saying if he don't know if that's his scars or not. Because I was like, what the hell, Rocky? I mean, really. I think it's coming right.
Was someone asked you, well, your clothes are different, and you said, trial to the jury, I changed my clothes. I probably changed my clothes. You remember saying that to the jury?
It was confusing, but it definitely wasn't me. It was confusing. I didn't understand the contents of it, but
I was in asking questions.
it was confusing. I didn't understand the contents of it, but
I was asking questions.
I mean, if we keep rolling the video, we'll just see me.
What he's asking is that what you said the other day?
Yeah, I guess.
And, I'll get to your last answer about seeing you, but, remember Mr. Zolnik then read you from the preliminary hearing, the question and answer by Mr. Kozlownik, where you said on page 127, where finally came around to say, it's not me. Remember that one? Correct.
You know, it's a-
And to be clear, 3 of your knuckles were scratched, right?
Yes.
We put up, people 17.
Y'all heard Joe? 3 of your knuckles were scratched. Really? Yes.
That's your entire injury from that night, correct?
I don't know if it's from that night. You're not showing me the timestamps.
I'm sorry. You don't
You
know
not
that?
hear me? I took many different pictures. You're not showing me the timestamps, and you said from that night.
Who took that picture, sir?
Obviously me, but you said from that night. You're not showing me the time or when.
Okay, all right, let's back up for a second. Did you do that to your knuckles on another night also?
No. No.
Is that the only time that night, November 6, 2021? Is that the only time your knuckles was grazed like that or scraped like that?
Correct.
Objection to the word scrape that misstates the evidence and lacks foundation. The question is also compounding the evidence asked.
Injured.
That's the only time your knuckles were ever injured. Like
Yeah, after the shooting, yes.
So what do you mean you don't know if it's from that night?
What are you talking about?
Okay, so,
You're not talking clear. You're not like explaining it to
All right,
me.
stop
no,
it.
no, I'm not.
Ask another question.
So anyway, Mr. Efron, according to you, that's the entirety of the injuries from you being shot on November 6, 2021. Yes or no?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Is it,
yes,
is the
yes,
answer
yes,
yes?
yes, yes.
And I'm not sure, that third little knuckle down there, is that also?
That's what I'm saying. If you're a ballistic person, you know how it goes. I don't know. And from what I know, Trump got it hit in the air.
All right.
He got little graves.
Stop it. Mr. Efron said this was the extent of his injury resulting from that.
I have one question I'm trying to answer. That third knuckle that you see there, is that a scrape on there? Is that a graze? Is that a cut, or is that nothing?
I just told you, Takapino, the man.
Wait, hold on. It's Mr. Takapino.
Mr.
You don't call, he's not calling you Efron. You're Mr. Efron, he's Mr. Takapino. Yes?
Yes. What's the question, ma'am?
Is that third knuckle, the one furthest from the bottom of the picture that you took, is that also grazed or not?
I mean, they all are.
Including the fourth knuckle?
What's the fourth knuckle? It's only 3.
You want to see 3 knuckles in that picture?
Yeah, at this point, it's argument.
Yeah, it's the same.
All right. So, now, you did not get that injury from punching, right?
Your Honor, you can object the answer because of the double negative. You have no idea what the answer means.
True. Ask the question.
Did
Don't
you get that
say, is
injury?
that correct or is that right?
Did you get that injury from punching?
Of course not.
No, and you never punched bills.
Never, ever did I punch Hills. Ever.
And your proof of that this is People's Exhibit 18, Your Honor.
The question is already argumentative. Overruled.
You,
The question hasn't been asked yet.
you provided this picture to the district attorney, correct?
I did.
Okay. And what you said that shows is Bill's face,
Yeah, you can see half of his face.
half his face.
Yeah, but you said I beat him up, went back and beat him up some more.
I didn't say it.
Oh, you did, the first day. You definitely said I came back and beat him up some more, or something like that.
I said. I
Oh,
was
you
gonna
did.
ask.
No. Ask a question.
So in that picture, you see half of Bill's face, right?
You do.
So if he had like, I don't know, a bruise on his lower left part of his jaw, you wouldn't see it in that picture, right? Right?
What's the question? I don't even know what I'm answering.
You see half this face. Make this simple. You see half of Bill's face in that picture you provided.
You see about 75%.
Now it's 75%. See 75% of Bill's face in that picture. The other portion of his face, you don't know if there's a bruise or anything else on there, do you?
No, but you said I beat him up. I came back and beat him up. I'm 60.
The
I'm
answer
just a
no.
big guy.
Is the answer no? The answer was no. Everything else is strict. Ask another question.
Okay. Well, you did say, Mr. Prezlonik, when you were talking about this, there was also a video that showed his entire face, right?
I think this was a screen recording. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't record. It's kind of tripping me up right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. Prezlonik was asking about this exhibit, this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him, do you recall telling him in front of this jury that there was also a video?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That showed his entire face?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you have a picture of that?
No, I took a screenshot of this. I didn't even know it was worth anything. I just was mad that I seen them all together. I just took a picture.
Or you didn't take a picture of it?
I didn't screen record the actual thing.
Despite claiming you were grazed by maybe a bullet on November 6, 2021, there were no burn marks on your skin, correct, Mr. Efron?
That's gonna call for it.
I'm not an expert, so I wouldn't know. I know I was injured.
The answer is I don't know. Go on something.
You don't know if there are burn marks on the skin. I want you to do that your answer, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, because of this injury, you went to Metropolitan Hospital in New York,
I didn't.
and you went to that hospital for the scrapes on your knuckles.
I did.
Objection to the word, objection to the word scrapes. This states the evidence. It's argumentative.
The injuries.
For the injuries on your knuckles. And you said I did, correct?
Correct.
You didn't seek medical attention until you returned to New York from Los Angeles days later.
It wasn't days, it was 2 days later. And I didn't trust LA. I didn't trust nothing. That's why I got over there and did everything I did.
You didn't trust LA.
I didn't trust nobody. Nobody.
Where did you
Nobody.
learn from?
He's from LA, but that's where it happened at.
Objection.
All right, Mr. Takapina, this is going off on a tangent that doesn't need to be traveled on.
Anyway,
Go ahead and ask another question.
so you waited to fly all the way across country before receiving medical attention, right?
I had my hand in rabbit right after that.
Is the answer yes?
Yes.
In fact, you only decided to get treatment after Detective Menifee told you during a phone call on November 9th that you need to get medical attention, medically treated because of the type of case this is. You remember her saying that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember her saying that?
Whatever she said, that's on her. Has nothing to do with me.
And after speaking, do you remember speaking to the police on November 9th, 2021?
I don't.
Before you went to the hospital?
What was I talking about? Before I went to the hospital? Huh?
We'll stipulate that there was a phone call between the defendant and the police on that date, I'm sorry, my mistake, with Mr. Relli, with Mr. Efron and the police on that date. So stipulated. You're welcome.
Before I went to the
There's no question being asked, so wait for the question. Go ahead.
So anyway, after this phone call, you went to the hospital that same day, right?
after what phone call,
The one that you just heard the stipulation, the phone call, please.
I don't remember. I don't think.
Okay. And the doctors, you have the hospital. The doctors told you you were grazed by a bullet. I'm sorry, good one. You told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet, right?
I mean, that's what happened. Yes.
My question was, you told the doctors you were grazed by a bullet.
What else I'm supposed to tell them?
You want to read it to one day, yes, right?
I mean, what else I'm supposed to tell them? Yes.
Yes.
Told them that,
Yes.
yes. Yes.
Yes, okay. And you didn't lie to the hospital staff about anything when you spoke to them, did you?
That question.
Overruled.
What does that even mean?
Did you tell any lies to any of the hospital staff?
No.
You were asked by the hospital staff, in the last year, how frequently have you used drugs?
Checks are relevant.
Sustained.
So you
Objection
need to
sustained.
Please advise the jury, Your Honor.
There's going to be no mention of drugs. Ask another question.
Okay. You were admitted to the hospital at 9:06 p.m. on November 9th, 2021. You know that, or do you recall that?
Is there, do you remember that?
You gotta say it again.
Sure. So we have a stipulation where Mr. Efron, you were admitted into the hospital on November 9th at 9:06 p.m. You were discharged from the hospital that same day at 10:42 p.m. So that's 1 hour and 36 minutes for gunshot.
Yeah, that's 2 days later after that. So, yeah.
And the doctors at the hospital considered your injury to be superficial.
That's gonna call.
Sustained. Sustained. Seriously.
Do you remember being asked in your direct testimony, Mr. Sloman asked you on January 29th, how did you know it was a real gun? Age 39. Yeah, great.
Take us through the water.
January 29th, on trial here with this injury, Mr. Sloman asked you, how did you know it was a real gun? And you answered, you were hit. And that you were grazed. That's how you knew it was a real gun. You were quoting in that answer to Mr. Sloman's question.
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. When asked by Mr. Brazone if that note was a real gun, you only mentioned because you were hit and you were grazed. Did you leave anything out?
I didn't know I didn't need to say anything else.
Question is called.
Overall.
You didn't mention, I don't know, shell casings, did you?
What else?
Well, how'd you know it was a real gun? You recovered shell casings according to you, right?
Yeah, I did.
That wasn't one of the reasons you knew it was a real gun?
Yeah,
Oh, you get to say that when he asked you?
no, just been asked a lot of stuff, tired, all the time.
Okay. On November 8th, 2021, you provided two 9mm Luger steel casings to law enforcement.
I did.
It's your testimony that you located those casings at the scene where you say you were shot.
I did.
Now, you recall the testimony that you gave at this trial on January 29th, when Mr. Brazone showed you the video of roughly 52 minutes later at 11:10 and 31 seconds of an single individual walking back to the scene, almost an hour after the incident. And you said, yeah, that's me, I'm sure. You know what I'm saying that?
I remember, but it was only 2 seconds that he showed me, and then instantly I said it wasn't me.
And then you
He said
said,
it wasn't.
Mr. Brazone asked you, well, your clothes are different, and you said, trial to this jury, I changed my clothes, I probably changed my clothes. You know what I'm saying that to this jury?
It was confusing, but it definitely wasn't me. It was confusing. I didn't understand the contents of it, but
That was him asking questions.
I mean, if we keep rolling the video, will it see me?
What he's asking is that what you said the other day?
Yeah, I guess.
And, I'll get to your last answer about seeing you, but, remember Mr. Brazone then read you from the preliminary hearing, the question and answer by Mr. Brazone, where you said on page 127, where finally came around to say, it's not me. Remember that when he read you that 2 days ago?
I just don't understand that.
Argumentative,
Like,
the word
just don't
line
understand.
came around, it's an argumentative question.
Do you remember, I'll phrase it wrong, also phrase that. Do you remember at the preliminary hearing?
All right, question withdrawn, re-ask.
Sure. Do you remember when Mr. Brazone read you your preliminary hearing testimony after you said that you were sure it was you and that you probably changed your clothes?
I wasn't sure, but
You told the jury, brother.
I mean, it was a 2-second video. I needed more.
He read you a portion where you said, no, that's not me. Do you recall that? In the preliminary hearing, when Mr. Brazone read that to you 2 days ago?
When I actually seen the rest of the video,
It's not, listen to what he's asking.
I don't get it. I'm confused.
Remember Mr. Brazone asking you 2 days ago, after reading your preliminary hearing testimony, a question and answer where you said, no, that's not me, in regards to that video?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go back one page before that. When I asked you a question. Page 126, lines 18 to 20 from the preliminary hearing. Looking at that same video that you told us. Yes, sir.
126.
Lines 18 to 20. Looking at that same video again, you initially told this jury that you were sure it was you. My question was,
Well,
question,
that was, the question misstates the testimony of, you said, I'm sure that's me.
exactly what he said, on the transcript.
Could also be.
Don't, no speaking objection.
Give me a
Give me,
second.
no, give me the page line, please.
Of the preliminary or the transcript?
Oh.
Trial transcript, right here, page 60, was that 68?
I thought you were questioning about what he said at the preliminary
I
hearing.
was, sir, I gave you that, but I was just.
Right, I'm asking you to repeat it.
Oh, okay.
What page and what line?
120.
Preliminary.
Yeah, 126, 18 to 20.
All right, that can be read to them.
But there was an objection when I asked the question that you said to the jury that he was sure was him at the trial. So what I'd like to do now is read your,
Well, then you got to read 18 through 21,
then I'm
22.
Then I'm talking about the preliminary, the trial.
Oh, I don't have.
So
I don't have a
I
transcript.
got it. So listen, I'm first gonna do what I just said I was gonna do, which is read the preliminary hearing transcript. The page before, page Mr. Lozano read. Question, November 2023. Do you see yourself entering the screen, Mr. Efron? Again, looking at that video with that single individual at 11:10, 31 seconds. Answer, yeah. So at the preliminary hearing, like in front of this jury, when you first saw that video, you said that was you.
Because I went back, it's a tricky question, so if I'm going back and you show me.
Did you say initially that was you?
I probably did, but.
All right, that's enough.
Now, at the trial, I want to make sure I wasn't misquoting you. On page 68, line 7 through 14. I haven't agreed with you guys. So I asked you a question. I said, have you told the jury you were sure it was you? And I was objecting to. So I'm gonna clear this up. Page 68 of the trial transcript.
Proper question with comments.
There's no question pending. Go ahead and read the
Page
question.
68, line 7 to line 14.
Stop it.
He's telling the jury.
Stop it. I
was
don't
objecting,
want
it's
you to be.
not appropriate. You can't say
Stop
it.
Mr. Coogan, stop it.
Page
Mr.
68.
Takakina, just ask questions. Don't preface it with any remarks or comments.
Page 68, line 7 to 14. Mr. Lozano asked you at this trial, this jury, can you see what looks like an individual person walking just off the curb now into the street? Answered by you. To them. Yeah, that's me for sure. Court, keep your voice up. Witness, yeah, that's me. Mr. Lozano, are you sure that's you? Answer, yeah, I'm sure. You remember giving that trial testimony 2 days ago, Gregory?
Yeah, sure.
Now, you testified that you went back to the scene with your girlfriend, Lydia Parker. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at this photo and tell us if this is Miss Parker. We'll show the picture.
Oh, are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Are you kidding?
Just
me?
don't show it to anybody, just bring it up.
Whew, all right, y'all. It is 3:55. So y'all know what I'm going to go ahead and take it on. Now we will be back. I'm pretty sure that they'll be having court on Monday. But y'all know what? On Monday, I'm not going to be able to stream because I have a law school visit on Monday. I'm going to watch you at 2:00 Central. So wait a minute. I'll be able to stream in the morning. But I'll have to end our stream because I got a visit. And then we'll be able to stream Tuesday. And then y'all know Wednesday I'm doing TMZ Live. So our stream will be interesting on Wednesday. I'll figure out how that'll work. I may just pick up at the start of the day because I think I'll be done with recording today. So that's going to be our plan. I'll try to get I always have work on this calendar, y'all, but I'm going to try to get this calendar together because I think it's needed. I think my people need to know where I'm going to be at. But if you follow me here on this on what's this thing called, y'all? YouTube. I usually make a post. I do a little posty post. So you can always come and you can always come and yeah, there she goes. You can always come and check that out. All right.
Mr.
So I am going to end my live, but of course I'll redirect this over.
Mr. Efron,
I'll redirect this over to one of my faves, which is Cat and I Wheels, because her live be cracking. Yeah, thank you, Jen. So I hope all y'all have a good and safe weekend, and I will see y'all later.